Afternoon, everybody. How we doing? I'm a bit dark. I messed about with the camera last night to because it was a bit dark in here with all the lights turned off. So just messing with the settings. How are we all doing then? How are we all doing? Oh, I've got problems because you can just about see this in the shot. Like, it's just so big. It's too big for the bench, really, but we'll have a look at that in a minute. Great night last night, so thanks to everybody that joined in the medium wave, long wave, short wave listening session. Really enjoyed that, but I'm knackered today because I went on too long, as usual. Nothing new there, is there? So who we got in there? We got Colin in. Hi, Colin. Colin first in today, look. Michael Hyde, Derek Taffman. Daniel's in. Chris Milky. Did I ever email you? I didn't, Chris. I must admit, I haven't done it yet. I've got to grab those radios out, and I just haven't had chance. I will get it done next week, though, for sure. If I don't, send me an email to remind me. Matambale, good morning to you. Plus 7 hours in front of us, sorry. Plus 7. Oh, we're plus 7 to you, maybe. I'm not sure, really. Rob Cross, hello. Hi, Rob. Happy holidays to you as well, Chris. Robert Head, afternoon, Robert. Let's turn that down. It does go a bit loud, that, doesn't it? It seems to creep up the noise on that. Afternoon, Nick. 8 inches of snow. Hell. I don't think we've had any other snow, but I was woken up around about 5 o'clock this morning with a massive crash. Sounded like someone had driven a car into the house, to be fair. It really woke me up with a start. And I got up and came down and had a look around, looked out the front and back, couldn't see anything. Went back to bed, and this morning went out and had a look, and of course all the snow that had solidified overnight on the roof had let go, and the whole lot must have come sliding down as like a big sheet and crashed into the decking and all the furniture out the back. So that's what it was. Must have made hell of a noise to wake me up because I sleep with earplugs in because I'm a light sleeper. But yeah, it woke me right up, that did. Afternoon, Anthony. How are you? Barry's in. Hi, Bally. Rob Titheridge. Hi, Rob. Rich, secret engineer. We might be getting out the Wow and Flutter meter later, Rich, because this one's got a lot of Wow and a fair bit of Flutter, I think. More Flutter than Wow, I think. Harvey, you don't think Hitachi make much these days? No, they did a series of these, and this is one of the lower ones down the range. Not got any bells and whistles on it, but when I did have it running, it did sound very good, actually. Simap, how are you? Rob Cross, he's off for his dinner. Yeah, glad you enjoyed it last night, Rob. Michael High, foggy and grey. Afternoon, Rich, how are you? Timothy, good afternoon to you. You and your sister split the cost of a plough and gave it to your brother-in-law. What, you mean when you mean a plough, you mean like a driven plough that the council drive up and down the roads, or a hand plough? I'm really not sure there, Chris. You'll have to fill us in on that. Afternoon, Les. You'd like to mount a flamethrower on a dolly for the driveway. Benji's in. Hi, Benji. Hi, Jess. How are you? Changing the boombox belts goes well, and Pengri is okay. He's all right. Mrs. Crunch just gone out with the dogs, so she's gone out in the snow again. I did take a video of us out in the snow yesterday, so if anyone thinks that's worth watching, you'll have to let me know, and I'll upload it to YouTube. But dogs love it in the snow. Afternoon, Anthony. GT Jeff, afternoon, Jeff. Pryor, John, how are you? Daniel, how you doing, mate? Had a birthday meal out. Yeah, we went on till gone midnight in the end, I think, Daniel. Mal Bissett, afternoon to you, Mal. And Jeff, Merry Christmas to you. 26 degrees in Perth. Hell, you're teasing us now. But we do like a bit of snow. We do like a bit of snow. It's probably George crashing through your chicken coop. I did check for George outside, but it wasn't him. Yeah, George has had a bit of a smack in his car in some black ice, but that's for George to tell you, I think. Just catching up. Oh, it's a snow plough for his truck. Oh, so it goes on the front of his motor, does it, Chris? Michael Rigg, good afternoon to you, and season's greetings back, mate. Good to have you in. I'm nearly up with the chat. Mac Vision, afternoon, Mac. Mark J, afternoon, Mark. Les would like to see Maddie and Coco in the snow. Well, there is some in the intro, but that was a few years ago now, because we don't very often have snow out here. And more like the dogs are taking Mrs. Crusher out for a walk. I like the Crusher. That might stick. I might have to call her Mrs. Crusher from now. You want to see the video, do you? It's just a walk around the village, really, with the dogs and down into the field where they let them run around. Multi, good afternoon to you, Multi. Derek, nice to see the dogs playing. Okay, I'll have to upload that. Danish, how you doing? Tune in, hi Lee. How you feeling, Lee? Yeah, chickens aren't looking too good, Jeff, to be fair. Mrs. Crunch has been giving them warm water and that to try and keep them, keep their peckers up, so to speak. Well, they got a pecker on their beak. Afternoon, Lee. Luigi, hi Luigi. Wow, we got a few in today already. Struggling to keep up with the chat here. Your video was stuck on the intro slide for 7 minutes. Right, okay. Yeah, it looks a bit of a mess, doesn't it? Oh, how you doing, Andy? Andy Beck. So today we've got to look at this massive, great Hitachi boombox. Now, I have already pulled this apart, and I put 2 new belts, and it takes 4 belts. It takes 2 for the fast forward and rewind, and 2 for the main drive on both decks. But it's driven by one motor, and the 2 belts I had weren't the same size. So of course, one deck was playing okay, and the other one was way out. So I put a shout out to a company that I've bought belts from in the past on eBay, and they very kindly sent me out a trial, like a sample set of belts for this. It's not a belt pack they normally sell, so if this fits, then they'll carry on and do it. I tweaked their width settings a little bit, because I think I measured one at 1.2 mil and one at 1 mil. I think they were both 1 mil in their pack, so I asked them to pop me a 1.2 in. So I've got a set of belts there ready to go. Father Christmas likes that. So DeckTech, you'll find them on eBay, and there's a link in my video to their website as well. I think that goes on to eBay though, but yeah. I've used a lot of their belts recently, and I mean a lot. I've probably used 20 belts recently. Must be, because they do all the Walkman belts. They did the belts for my Denon CD changer up there, because there's drive belts that run the mechanisms inside. I got them from them. Yeah, loads of belts. I've got that Sony deck that I bought at British Vintage Wireless Society to do. I've also got a very old, well, it's not very old, it's from the early 80s. I've got a boombox I had when I was a youngster, the very first one I ever bought. That's up in the loft, and it's in hell of a state. So I want to try and get that down and restore it, so I'm going to need some belts for that as well. Glad you're feeling a bit better there, Lee. Yeah, they do. I mean, if you need a belt that they don't list, it seems that they'll help you out. So You're on with a cream Regent tone DP2 this afternoon. Hopefully follow through with a cream bush VHF 90. Glass transistors, that's the ones. None of them whiskery things, Paul. Anyway, we need to get the first advent calendar underway, which is going to be Penguin today. So let's go over and see Penguin. See what he's up to. See what he's been doing. Hi, Penguin. How are you, mate? Hello. Start off. Yeah. It's me back again. Here he is. Ha! All flippery and beaky. Look. Has he got flippers? He ain't got flippers. He's looking a bit Christmassy though, isn't he? So we're looking for number 11, which is right up by his head. Right up by his head. I'm bashing against the whacking great radio here. Let's grab number 11 then and see what we've got in store today. Oh, this is the beer advent calendar from Mrs. Cruncher. Oh, this looks nice. Christmas ale. Oh, it's going to be strong, isn't it? Oh, no, it's 5%. That's all right then. Winter warmer. Arkel's Sir Noel. Wow. Arkel's. Cheers, Penguin. Yeah. Bye, mate. Sort off. Yeah. So that's Penguin gone. Need some belts for a Euro cassette. Not looking forward to it. I'd rather do a dial cord. Yeah, the link for the belts are in the description of the video there, Anthony. I edited it just now and added a link into them. So welcome back, Rob. So I can't get at anything here. I'm going to have to move everything back a little bit so as I can get this thing properly on the bench. Sorry, goats, but you're going to have to move as well. Hang on, let's get it angled around a bit. It's a monster, I can tell you. It is a monster. It's a beauty, though. I do like it a lot. If you remember, this is if you remember back to my Auction Mania series, this is one of the ones that I bought in the auction. And when I got it home and looked at it, it was really dusty, but it had the plastic film still on the tuning scale, and also on one of the cassette doors. So peeled that off, cleaned it, and it's absolutely mint. It looks like it's just been put away somewhere. There's not a single dent on the grills, nothing. It's absolutely perfect. The only thing I had to be critical was there's a little tiny graze on the plastic over here, but you know, this is something, I think these are 1990-ish. So they're not the original 80s one, but I tell you what, it is loud. It is very loud. Can you work on a Kato KA1121? Really not sure, Chris. Never heard of that before. You're welcome, Anthony. So let's get the beer situation sorted first, and then we've got to open our second advent calendar. So this is Sir Noel, not Sir Noel, Noel. Arkel's. Award-winning beers from Arkel's since 1843. So 5% winter warmer Christmas ale. Oh, apparently Sir Noel, who was born on Christmas Day, looked after our brewery along with his brothers Oliver and Graham. Okay. Where are these then? Swindon. Well, there you are. Swindon. Have we got any Swindon people in? So 5%. Nice. I do like a good winter warmer. So let's get this in the official tankard. Yeah, as usual, I'm not going to be able to get it all in one go. I used to be able to pour a bottle of beer in a glass in one go, but for some reason recently I don't seem to be able to. Gerald detests renewing the belts as the old ones turn to an awful sticky goo. Yeah, they do, and it is horrible. You get it on your hands, it takes days to get it off, doesn't it? Isopropyl doesn't seem to touch it, but somebody did tell me that the stuff they use for cleaning double glazing window frames is the best stuff for getting it off. Now, I've bought some, but I've never got round to trying it because I always just scrape it off with a pair of tweezers normally and just run a load of isopropyl around it. So Matamble's had Matambale has had the same with an old Sony deck. I've got that Sony deck that I bought from the auction, the British Vintage Wireless Society meet, so that's going to be interesting. It's a radio, shortwave, longwave, AM and FM, detachable MP3 player, but the MP3 player, I was just reading that then and you retracted it, Chris. Gets everyone on everything. Have you tried Dawn dish soap on it? Never heard of that, Matambale. Does the radio have shortwave on it? Yes, it does, Chris. Rob, even. It's got 6 to 18 megs on it. It's got FM, medium wave, long wave, and shortwave. So we'll go over it in a minute and have a good look. You use white spirit, Simon. As you all know, I'm a bit of a fan of cassette decks and cassettes in general. I want to do a video on my cassette collection, and I'll show you my what do they call it? Eraser, degausser. I've got a massive, great industrial degaussing machine in there. It's absolutely, it takes two of us to carry it. It's huge. Oh dear, but it certainly does erase the hell out of them. Mr. Laser Sound, afternoon. Dawn is good at removing oils. Cotton buds and IPA and sometimes some cotton thread. Yeah, never heard of this Dawn. Afternoon, Milling Chip. Just fixed an Iowa Walkman from 1984. The two belts turned to black goo. Yeah, I've actually got a video lined up on an Iowa that I did recently. Because the main LED screen doesn't work. It might be doable, Chris. Sometimes those LED screens have got those zebra strips in them and they just get a bit contaminated and they stop the well, LED, not LCD. Is it LED or LCD, Chris? If it's LED, then you might be in trouble with that. Apparently you're not supposed to use Goo-Gone on the skin. I must put Goo-Gone on my list, on my shopping list. I must do that. So it has got a shortwave on it. It has. Let me see if I can get you on the display. It is a monster. So there you go, look. We have got FM, shortwave, medium wave and long wave. FM stereo. So shortwave goes from 6 megs to 18, look. I've got the top taken off at the moment. I've just got some of this blue cloth to stop any dust getting into the mechanism. So it's got line in as well, so you can play your phone through it if you wanted to. Radio, a tape, and it's got this high-speed dubbing thing on it as well. Normal and high dubbing. So I mean, you'd only be able to play a high-speed dubbed one back through this deck, probably, or another deck that's got high-speed dubbing, assuming it's got the same speed. I should think it's quite a nice bit of kit in the 90s. And it's got a little graphic on it as well. It's only a 3-band graphic equalizer, but it does make a difference. Volume. And the key piece is this bit here. 3D system. Now that makes a big difference. So it's a double deck. So you've got 2 decks, so you can tape from tape to tape. And I have used that, and I have taped a tape to tape, and it did sound okay actually, but it can't have been that great because the belts are knackered on this. Well, they weren't that bad, to be fair. I pulled them out. I microwaved them first in some water to try and shrink them back, but that didn't work. I then used some rubber renew, which is some this shocking stuff, that is. Oh, hello. Whee! If anybody's used this stuff before, you'll know what I mean. It absolutely stinks, and it's mega dangerous stuff. It stinks the whole house out with just a little tiny drop. But basically, it swells the rubber out and pushes out all the like grime and that in it. And it does sort of work. It does work, but unfortunately, I left it in this stuff too long, and the belts got bigger than the original. And when I put them back on, they were no good. But it does work. It's good for pinch rollers, that. If you've got a pinch roller, it's not too bad. It'll bring the surface back to it. Afternoon, Brett. Yeah. So, you know, it's not my intention to keep this. I basically bought it to sell it. So if you know anybody that wants one, this is a nice bit of kit. So let's pop the top off. So this has got to be the easiest serviceable boombox I've ever worked on. I've got a couple still in bits I must get done. But yeah, look at it. You've just got 3 screws at the back, and it pops off. It really is hellish easy to service. You've got to eject these first to get it up and over, but very, very easy. And I'm forgetting to do my advent calendar on it, so let me just push this back out the way a little bit. Can't get it in here. And let's get the radio advent calendar out. So yesterday we managed to get a working radio. So let's have a look what we got in number 11, which is over here. Smashed it in again. Okay. We've got a momentary switch by the looks of it. That's a bit I thought there might have been 2 of those, so let's just get the camera down a bit. So it looks like this is replacing that little switch link that we put in yesterday. So they're putting that right up in this corner by the looks of it, that way round. I'll have to straighten the legs on that to get it in, actually. Oh yeah, there is a picture of it having its legs straightened there. I'll just straighten them up. That goes in number 1 and number 3, so I need to just bend those a bit. happy about going in there. It does say that the little pins inside can be a bit stiff, so to use something to help them out. There we are, we're in. Right, so then this has got to now go across to here into position C. And I think that is it, and that's now going to enable us to use scanning without having to pull that wire on and off. So let's pop the so if we push the button now, it should scan, hopefully. Yes. Fly me to the moon. It sounds pretty good, to be fair.
Sun more warmth, you get sweeter and riper fruits. But other than that, I wouldn't put it in a shady spot, but actually almost anywhere. Just a warning, if you're pruning a fig.
Radio 1, Classic FM. Thank you, Rob. Wow, there we are. It works. It's a worker. So thanks again, Ben and Sandra, for that. So onwards and upwards. The little radio works. Anyone got a contact for PU leather strap to replace broken Roberts? I have, but I don't know if he's still doing them, Lee. Can you pop me an email and I'll send you over his email address? It's Glyn Bradshaw that does them. He has got an eBay. I think it's 43 Bits and Bobs is his eBay site, but he did make them. What colour is it you're looking for? Oh, you look lots of them. What I have got, Lee, if I just see if I got it a minute. Oh, I got it up here. I mean, I've got one of his straps that he's made for me there. So this was made by Glyn for my one of my Rick ones. What the hell is it? The other thing you can do is go in your charity shops and pick up old belts. I mean, this is a PVC one, but it still look fine as a handle. And I have somewhere got some leather, which I did use on an R200, and it did look quite smart actually. It's a different colour, but it's just a tanned hide. Just punch a couple holes in it, and away you go. I don't know what I've done with that though at the moment. Yeah, I'm not sure, but I'll drop. I think what I'll do is I'll drop Glyn an email, because I think a couple people have emailed him, and I've not heard anything back saying that they managed to get a belt. But yeah, you can buy strips of leather in the right thickness from eBay sellers, so that's well worth a try. You got 2 complete radios that need straps, yeah. Well, I worked with Glyn quite a lot to try and make these a little bit better, because they were very floppy to start with. They've put a stiffener in them now. They're much better. Much better, but I know he's a busy chap. But yeah, I got him to put a stiffener in, and it did improve them no end. I'd say this is just a belt from a charity shop, look. £1.50. So, you know, that wouldn't look out of place as a handle on a radio. So there you are. So I'll drop Glyn an email and see if he is still doing them. If he is, I'll send you his address, Lee. Dave Rose, how are you, mate? Just checking in after last night's SWL marathon. Yeah, it was a long session, wasn't it, really? But how rammed was medium wave? I could not believe how busy medium wave was last night. Let me just take this soldering iron out of the way, get it round a bit better then. So let's get you up on this thing. So as I said, you take the top off and everything is there. You know, unless you need to get to the speakers, everything is accessible from the top. Everything, and literally it is. So we've got our playback record switch here, which is always a problem in all of these machines. And I have done all of the switches because these were very noisy. So I've done all of those, cleaned them. Polyvericon for tuning. Modern sets is going to have that, unfortunately. Little tiny ferrite for the radio look, for medium wave, long wave. Shortwave, I think, works on the whip antenna. And here's our two decks. Both sat together quite nicely. Let me see. I think what I'll need to do is just take these completely out. I didn't do that last time because I just had it on the table, but now it's on the bench. I think what I'll do is I'll get those decks completely out and then have another go. You're interested in it, Chris, are you? It is a beauty, isn't it? It is a real beauty. So say this is the belts that have been sent for me. And if you look up DeckTech, they've got an eBay site, and this is samples just to try, and hopefully these will fit. And on the back there's a copy of the website that I put on the description of the video. Looks like I'm frozen, doesn't it? Just waiting for all of you screen grabbers out there. So it's dtbelts.com. Pretty straightforward. So there's 4 belts in this. 2 for fast forward rewind, and 2 is for the main capstan drive. Viagra? What? What are we talking about now, Brett? Have you dragged it down to another level? Yeah, I was just thinking maybe that Chris's thing could be one of those vacuum fluorescent display things. If one of those is gone, I don't think there's a lot you can do. I think there is a way you can sort of zap them to refresh them in there, but I've never messed with that. Right. So this is the decks. So I'm going to pull these connectors off, I think, and take the decks completely out, because it's really difficult to work on in place. So that one sort of hooks around that capacitor there. I'm not quite in shot, am I? No surprise, because it's massive, this thing. Oh, it's not going to come out, is it? It doesn't want to come out now. You're going to break some wires off for me? Let's try that one. Okay, neither of them want to come out. No surprise. Let's get me eyes on a minute. I have got a load of cassettes as well that I bought from Wood and Bassett. I bought a box of cassettes, and there's some blank well, not blank, there's some reel-to-reel tapes in there as well, so I'm always keen to see what's on those. Surprising what sort of old radio shows and that you can get on them. So it looks like that's bent around those two caps there to hold it in place, and the other one was wrapped around this one. So hopefully now, with a bit of wiggling and jiggling, wangling, out comes the deck. How easy is that? They have really thought about servicing on this thing. So inside, as you can see, it's a nice bit of kit. This is obviously the radio board. Amplifier is done on this chip here. It's got one of these integrated amplifier chips. In fact, there's two in there. Well, there's one for each channel. I don't think there's service info available. This is the speed control up the top here. It's actually marked tape speed. It's a really well thought out board, really. There's not that many transistors in, because I assume that this chip over here is a radio RFIF chip, I suspect. TA8167, TA8167N, if anyone wants to look that up. Tango Alpha 8167N. I'm pretty sure that is a radio chip. Looks like we've got a ceramic filter up here and another one up here. Why have we got two then? What else have we got? Anything else interesting? So it looks okay. So this trimmer here looks like it's for long wave, short wave one. Yeah, not sure, but it's marked. So I think it's bang on anyway, frequency wise. I don't think there's any issues. It's our microphone lit, so you can record from this as well. Record your voice or whatever you want, because I say it has got inputs on the back for external devices. There's our sliders for graphic equalizer, and again I've gone over those with fader lube. Volume, and this is our I was going to call it Mega Bass then, but it's not. It's 3D sound, isn't it? 3D surround sound. So it does say this is a cassette deck chassis CDS 83WFB-31L. The service parts currently used for chassis cannot be used for this chassis. Please refer to the supplement version of the TRK-3D40E service manual when servicing or repairing. Well, I don't know if there's a service manual available for this. I haven't found one. Yeah, no worries. Thank you, Chris. It is. It is. So let's somehow put that. Penguin's going to have to look after that. Penguin, would you mind looking after that a minute? It's got all the speakers in it. There must be a transformer in there for the power supply. And there we are, back to normality with a little tiny deck on the bench. I've just stuck my finger in a load of grease now, because I have serviced this deck as well. I've cleaned the pinch rollers and the heads, and I've lubricated as much as I can. Okay, so hopefully you can see our belts. There's two belts on each side. I mean, they might have tightened up by now. In fact, they do feel pretty good now. But they are a bit of a pig to get to. Basically, there's a pulley in underneath here. Can you see the brass pulley? So both of the main drive belts run off of that pulley. They've got to come off one at a time because it's a double pulley. All of this mech I've lubricated up. I've got plastic to metal grease in there on both. As I say, I've cleaned the pinch rows and the head, so we'll give them one more wipe over before I put it back together. But yeah, we've got to get these belts out and try and get the other ones in. Just looking if there's an easier way to get to this, but I don't think there is. Let me just zoom you back out again, because I've gone in too far again, am I? Always go in too far. No worries. I was going to stick it on Facebook Marketplace actually, Chris, but you're going to need a big box for this one, mate. This is some serious postage cost on this. Over to you. It's a 3-volt AM FM tuner chip. Thanks, Colin. So say, it all looks brand new. It does not look like it's been touched. And there's not really any dust in it even, way I've cleaned it. It wasn't that dirty. I think Les was over here when I had a look at this one first. Just trying to see if there's an easier way to do these belts than what I did last time. It does look like this piece here just lifts up, but dodgy. So I think what I'll do is I'll do exactly the same as I did last time. Can you notice there's even a little brush in there? That is a felt brush that the belts are on the top of. So if there's any problems with the belts, they don't rub against anything. They just rub against this little tiny felt brush. It's a nice little touch. You see that? So let's get the tweezers out. I should lose a pair of tweezers somewhere. So I'm going to take this one off first. So that goes, I think these have got to be the right way up. So this one goes to the top. So that's the left deck goes to the top pulley. Because I put these in wrong last time and I had to take them back out again. So that's one belt off. I can pull the other one off, which is underneath. Well, that one's already jumped off. But you can see it's misshapen, look. Even though I've put it in that that stuff, it's still misshapen. Okay, and I had to take this, I've got to take this little piece here off. Little switch. Got to make sure I get that in the right place. It's got to go underneath this one. Again, I haven't actually looked to see if there's a service manual available for this. So that's got like a shoulder on it, that one. That should just, hopefully, lift out. And there's our other belt. So that's the first two belts. So the other ones, I say, you've got to get these off first because they're in the way of getting this bottom one off, and that just sits in underneath. So that was pretty easy to take off. Now these are the ones that I replaced. So these are new belts, but they are not the same size. It's only fast forward and rewind though, so it didn't really matter that much. So that's all 4 belts off. So let's just do some measuring then, because they're definitely, one is thicker than the other. Let's get the overhead camera in. And I'll have a look at them. You can't really see them on there, but I've got a little spirally thing going on there. No, we want the overhead camera. Where's our overhead camera gone? Why is my overhead camera not working, people? It's because it's pulled itself out the HDMI. Right, okay. Well, I've pulled it out the HDMI, more like, come on, you've got to work. What I've done to my overhead camera. Let me just unplug it and plug it back in again. I did delete it last night, didn't I? But perhaps it's got a funny on because I deleted it last night. Yeah, no worries, Chris. Ah, there we are. There we are, we're back in business. So this is the overhead camera then. Let's get a bit of light down on the subject. So this is the main drive belts, and this is the fast forward rewind. You can see that they're not really the same size. They're not far off, actually. They're not far off, those two. And these, I believe these are the original belts. So if I just stretch them, yeah, so they still got a bit of spring in them. But let's get some measuring kit out. Got lots of cassettes to try on this later as well. No worries, Chris. That chemical is strong, gets in your eyes. Sean! Hey! KV's in. Look out. Stand by your beds. Yes. Yeah, you can. The problem is because these are bent, I mean, it's sort of, it's near to 55 mil. It's probably 53, 54 mil. That belt. And this one, I think these are the original ones actually. This one's more like 36, something like that. So 36 and 53, I think. So thickness, the smaller belts, yeah, that's gripping at 1.16. So 1.2, and I can just feel a little bit of resistance. There's definitely a 1.2 mil belt, that one. And the main belts, it's probably a little bit bigger than 1 mil, maybe 1.04, something like that. So fraction over 1 mil. I think Matt said it was, he had them down as 1.1 mil. So let's get our replacement belts out. David, you've got I don't think it will let you put a link in there, David. So you can send me, you can pop it on an email if you would, if you'd be so kind. If you drop it on an email for me there, David, I'll have a look. SciMap just emailed you about the Vega 215 adapter for some info. Okay, yeah, sorry. Last night I was pretty knackered. Let's turn that off. Let me just get back on there. They were just here. I should have asked Andrew. Andrew came in yesterday or the day before on the live stream, didn't you? I meant to ask him if he'd had a chance to try them, just to see if they would work. I thought they were there, but looks like I've moved them. They were like right to hand, but Yeah, like everything, it gets put to one side, doesn't it? Yeah, I did have them just here somewhere nice and handy, but I don't know what I've done with them now. Oh well, they'll show up, I'm sure. I'm rolling over a cable of something here. What's that? Oh, that's the plug for the boombox. Right, so let's just have a look, see what size these ones are then. Happy Christmas to you, Sean. Never had any luck boiling them. Yeah, I think it depends how far gone they are, Sean, really, as to whether they can be boiled or not. So these are our new belts, so these two love each other. Okay, so it looks like that's more like probably around 52 mil there. If I get my ugly mug out of the way, you can see the scale. Yeah, I would say that's something like somewhere around about 52. I think Matt did say it's 52.5 or something like that. That's the large belt. So the other one I had was knocking on 50. Was certainly bigger than that. I mean, I should be able to fit that one actually around there. Yeah. So quite a bit bigger, the original belt. Let's get over a little bit. Let's get a bit squarer. There we are. But that's probably because over the time it's been sat in one position and it's stretched. Let's try the smaller belt, make sure I don't get these mixed up. And that one looks like bang on 35 mil. That's bang on 35. So let's try, well, as I say, these ones, I don't think these are the originals. Are they? No, I think these are the original ones that I took off. Yeah, so they're about the same size. This is very slightly bigger, the original ones. But they're quite stiff, but they were only fast forward rewinds, so they didn't really matter too much. So that's the new ones. I'm getting confused as to what's what here. No, that's the new one, wasn't it? 35. And that must be the new one, 35. That's that. And that's the two that are right. So I'm going to put these out of the way because I'm going to get really confused in a minute. What you produce, yeah. Ping from Electrotania. Thank you, Colin. David did a cracking job on that hacker. Did a cracking job. So sadly, it's a bit late for David to join when I come on at 2 o'clock because I think it's midnight where he is. He does like to pop in and say hello when he's about. So there we are. Make sure I have got the right belts. So we did say these were dead on 35, didn't we? Yeah. And these two were just over 55. That one. That one. Yeah, that's the right ones. Okay. So let's get them in there. Has he bought a new mallet? Sean's new man cave is coming on leaps and bounds. You wouldn't believe it. You would not believe it. So let's get these on. So it's the fast forward rewind belts first. Make sure they're on the pulleys. Yes, they are. A bit twisty. Untwist it. Brill. It's that one. And we'll do the. It must be better. I really ought to get maybe a slightly different overhead camera because it's not got a very wide field of view, this one. So let me just go back to the overhead camera then a minute. Let's just zoom in a bit. And focus. You need to get a room, you two. Sean and Harvey, get a room. You want your babies next, Harvey. You'll watch him. Well, that right one moves a damn sight easier than the left one for some reason. Don't know why. It really feels really stiff, that other one. I wonder if we've got a bit of a stiff mech on this. Let's drop a little tiny bit of oil down there. Let's just chuck a bit of super lube down there. Does feel a little bit tight. Perhaps I need to have the fast forward button down or something. Which one's fast forward? I don't know. Oh, that's my tablet's alarm. It's the tablet's alarm. So, fast forward rewind is the second or third button. Yeah, that just feels really stiff for some reason. I'm not sure. Maybe it's because I've got this lever thing here to sort out on this side. This one's really flying, that. This one's really going, but this one's stiff. But you know, we shall see. We shall see. All come out in the wash, so to speak. Now, I said the left hand belt goes on the top, so we've got to do the right hand one first. Now, is it going to be easier to... Let's go back to the main camera. Cheers, Les. Is it going to be easier to put it in there, connect it onto the pulley, so what did I say, the left one's on the top, didn't I? So that one's got to go in second. See, I'm already making a mistake. So that's got to go in second. The other one's got to go in first. So I might have just got a bit lucky with that. No, come on. Have I said the famous last words? Come on. Right, it's me trying to put it on the wrong piece. A little bit of lithium on there. Straighten the belt out. Yeah, looking nice. Woohoo! Right, so this one, I've just put my finger in all that grease again. Paul, how you doing, mate? Tea bags and liquid tape. It could well be, Paul. It could well be. But the motor's here in the middle. It's only the single motor and it's not connected because I haven't put the belt on it yet. So it can't be that. I remember from memory that the left one was really noisy, but I put that down to having the wrong belts on it. But it might be that we've got to investigate further and have a look at the clutches. Be kind to me? Yes, there we go. So you see, both of them move at the same time. Oh, that's for me. Bear with me. I got it. I got it. My delivery. Secrets, Coco, innit? Hi then, alright?
There we are, they'll be ones you're waiting for.
Right, yeah.
2 weeks old or whatever. We're getting through them, taking its time.
Yeah, I know. Cheers, thank you. Well, both for me, but not Amazon. So I've still got some to come. It's from Every.
Has he got loads of people in his van or something like that?
I don't know. I've left the door unlocked. Yeah, you might as well. I don't know what this is. It's probably stuff that I've got waiting on. So, yeah, a couple parcels arrived from Every on a Sunday, aka Hermes. So I think one of those is a cassette item as well. So I might have a look at those in a minute. Okay. So where was I? It was just I think that's them done, look. Let's pop our little lever back in. Careful not to get grease on the belt. Yeah, I'm waiting on Amazon, you see, because I bought Mrs. Cruncher a couple extra little things for Christmas. And I don't know, sometimes they don't wrap stuff very well and it's obvious what it is, so I didn't want them to do that and for her to be able to see what they were, so to speak. Right. that is the belts done. Yeah, we'll have to investigate that if it's still playing up. Tell you what I haven't done, and I found my head demagnetizer the other day as well. I found my head demagnetizer, so I haven't demagged the heads on this. Where do you source your replacement belts from? I put a link in the description, Sean, but it's this company, look, DeckTech, on eBay. Thank you for that. dtbelts.com. Right, Sean? You had a boombox, Sean. Did your boombox get damaged in your fire, or was it indoors? I can't remember now. Another thing I picked up really... Oh, just let it all fall down. Another thing that I picked up by accident was these things, because I wanted these little ones, and I didn't read the description. I've got these massive great ones, but these are pretty good for pinch rollers. In fact, they're very good for pinch rollers. If I get one out, the good thing about these is they're foam, they're not cotton, so you don't get loads of bits left on it. So a bit of isopropyl on there, just in case I've got any oil left on the pinch roller. I'm just going to give it another run over. Absolutely dead clean. They weren't clean. Just doing the head. You can't really see what I'm up to there, can you? So I've just got my swab in beside the pinch roller. I'm just holding it with me nail. Just holding the edge so I'm not touching the face. So pretty much spotless. So I have done the heads. Heads are dead clean. So let's see if I can find my head demagnetizer. We've got new Christmas stuff arrived since I found it last. It's up in amongst the decorations here somewhere, I think. I don't think I can't see because that light's right in my eyes. That's better. Did I leave it where it was, or did I move it? Because I came across it, I thought it doesn't belong there. That's why I can't find it. I probably moved it back to where it was originally, in amongst all my test meters here. Would you believe it's disappeared again? I can't believe it. You must still be up there. Let's get the Christmas decks out of the way and I might be able to find it. Aha, yeah, there it is. There it is. Lots of stuff coming down just to see me. Yeah. It's chaos here at the moment. To be honest, I very, very much doubt that this has got any magnetism on it at all, because it doesn't look like it's had hardly any tapes through it whatsoever. It really doesn't look like anything's gone through it. I'll tell you what I have got that I haven't cleaned is there's a little That must be the record head there, is it? Was that the erase head? I think that's the erase head. So it looks like it's a proper electromagnetic erase head down there, so we don't want to go on to that one. But I do need to clean that, so let me just clean that a minute. So I'm going to use one of these, which is a smaller foam swab. I just bought these on eBay, so that they're about... Cheers, Sean. Hi, Derek. You managed to get there. Welcome, mate. So I'm just going to do that erase head, because that has got a little bit of contamination on it. Not a lot. Capstans. Again, I did give them a really good clean off, but we'll give them another one just in case they got a bit of oil on them. Right. So we need to get Sean's blocks in here just to hold this steady while I demag it. Is that a word, demag? Not debag, demag. Oh, hell. Did you hear that? Flipping heck, I think that's the snow just come off the front. Did you hear that, car? I bet that's the snow just come off the front. Let's just go and have a look. That's what woke me up last night. Yeah. All the snow's just come.
Is that because we've got the fire going?
It might be, or I've got the dehumidifier going up in the loft, so it might be that's dried it out a bit.
Oh, you got that going up as well?
Yeah. Well, I don't know if you heard that on the microphone or not, but sounded like thunder. It's a massive, great slide. It's lucky there was nobody stood underneath that, to be honest. They would have come a cropper. Whew. Did you actually hear that on the microphone? Ah, dear, oh dear. It reminds me, I've got to take my blood pressure tablet. You heard it, did you? Whew. Hell. Frightened the life out of me, that did. Right, okay, demagnetizing. That's what we were trying to do before we were rudely interrupted by a hell of a fall off the roof. You heard it? That's pretty scary, that. That's what woke me up in the early hours. Made me jump out of bed, that did. Strange that ours has come off and nobody else's has, which is a bit worrying. It might mean our insulation isn't as good as everyone else's. Right. Actually, no, I'll leave that plugged in. I'll plug it in down the bottom because I've got a switch on that one. So this is my demagnetizer. It's only a cheap one you can get off of eBay. There's a lot nicer ones out there, but they tend to be 3 figures. This I think was about 20 quid, 20, 30 pounds, something like that. And the idea is that you get it from afar and you bring it in very gently. You go around the metallic components, you don't need to touch them. So around the playback head and the capstan, any other metallic parts in that area, and you just circle around and then you just pull it away gently. Something to do with the magnetic field collapsing. So let me turn it on. I've got my watch out of the way. So you can usually feel it as you come in. As you get near something metallic, it starts buzzing. There we go. It's got a rubber cover on this, so if you do accidentally touch the head, it doesn't matter. Just go around here, around the little pins on the capstan. Because if they are magnetized, they can actually start erasing your tapes. So let's pull that away gradually. That's coming on the other side. I don't know if you can hear that buzzing or not. If I get the microphone down a bit closer, you will. There we are, away and off. Job done. Demagged. Yeah, Les came and degaussed my Commodore monitor a while back. That was interesting to watch. Where's the Jehovah's Witnesses? Yeah. He just missed it, didn't he? He literally missed it by about 5 minutes. It might have been me shutting the door that made it move. But of course it's frozen. The snow on the roof is frozen, you see, and it's just like sheet ice coming off. Could have really hurt somebody, that. God bother, it's a pain to get rid of. Very nice. I'd be interested to play that back, because that did sound like something landed on the roof and we had thunder. Sound like the meteor entry. Oh dear. Right, I think we are ready to put this back. We are ready to put this back in the beastie. So you'll have to play the video back if you want to hear the snow slide from the roof. Okay, let's get some stuff out of the way. Those belts went on surprisingly well, because I have done them twice already. And Les was here the last time I'd done them, and it wasn't exactly easy, but it did seem to go easy that time. So touch wood, that's going to be a good omen, not a bad one. Let's get our little blocks. These things here, Sean, are brilliant, mate. It's a very clever design, that is, because you've got different heights. You can have them that way round or that way round. They are very clever. I use them a lot. They're very... Stuff's falling down everywhere. That was stuff timbering off of the bench there now. Right, let's get the beast back up. Let's get the beast back up. I mean, my roof should be more insulated than everyone else's because of the amount of radios I've got up there. Right, I've got a little bit of dust in underneath there, so I'm just going to blow that out. I've re-greased this bar here. That's all re-greased. And that's the record playback switch, I believe. Well, it's operating this switch here, so yeah, it must be. Turn it around this way so I can see what's going on. I bet it was loud Danish. I'd love to hear. Well, I wouldn't love to have heard it, but I wonder if anyone's got any video of that happening. Okay, I think those wires should be routed on the outside of that. So they've used they've used capacitors as like cable clamps. Actually, that ought to go away from the end of that, really. That's right on the LED there, so we don't want that. Right, let me find the screws to screw that down. Now I've got this bit of metal here that's very bent and disfigured. I can't remember where that goes now. It looks like it's an earth strap. I'll have to check back on my photos, I think. Unless Les can remember. Can you remember, Les, where that metal bit came from? Don't forget my tablets. Oh, yeah. Yeah. What's the betting that that bit of metal goes in underneath and I've got to take it all out again? Okay, where does this go? Where does it go? don't know. I mean, it looks like it's a grounding strap. I've got to find where this goes. Snow's a minor. All right, Rob. Saddle replaces, yeah. I mean, there are leather workers that I'm sure could make up belts. Right, let me get my phone and go back through my photos. See if I took a photo of where that thing came from. I probably did. I think it was last month I pulled it apart. Maybe earlier in the month, because I'm into Christmas now. It certainly wasn't Christmas. Maybe it was October then. Surprising how time flies by, isn't it? Yeah, did I take any pictures of it at all? Okay, and it doesn't look like I've taken any pictures of taking it apart. Which is a little bit naughty of me. Just going back into October now. Normally pretty good at taking pictures, but when Les comes over, we just tend to blitz stuff and don't really make a lot of note on what we're up to. No, I haven't got pictures, so I'm going to have to look at the manual. Let me download Colin's manual a minute. Oh, someone else has sent me a link as well, I think. Let's have a look. Colin sent it on Messenger, didn't you? I did manage to get Messenger working now. I managed to work out the password. It didn't come through, Colin, if you sent that, unless it's got a bit of a lag on it. Let's have a look on email then. Oh, David sent me, oh, and Colin as well. We've both got the manual. Hitachi TRK-3 service manual. Service manual PDF. It's not that, because that's I'm trying to work out what to click on. bizarre. So that's an ad for eBay. That's an ad for something else. So where the hell is the link to... Is that it? Ah, here we go, I think. Oh, I've downloaded WinZip. I don't want to download WinZip. I want the file. I don't want the WinZip. Well, I can't work out how to access that one, David. There's a download there, but I don't think that's right. I think that's a mymanuals.com. I'm trying to download this this manual. So it's got the TRK download. Download address, download, enter. If I click on download, enter, it takes me onto this next screen. And these are all ads. That's an ad. That's an ad. That's an ad. That's an ad. And that's an ad. So where's the link? Download instructions. Yeah, view the PDF, use Adobe Reader. Yeah, we got all of that, but where's the manual? File info, service menu, download. No. No, there's no link to download that. Bizarre. I can't see it anyway, unless anybody else can see it. Am I clicking the wrong place? Cheers, Rob. Ace, how are you, mate? Yeah, it was in the way of me taking it apart, Harvey. You think the thingy attaches to the what's the name? Yeah, there's not a lot there. That's let me go into Colin's link then for Electrotania. It's Colin TRK-3D40. Downloading. It's taken a while because of I'm online streaming. We're in Hitachi service manual TRK-3D40. I think this is the lower end model. Then they did the 3D40, and I think they do up to a 3D90 or something like that. That looks pretty much the same though, doesn't it? So Wow and Flutter is 0.3% though. Remember that for later. 0.3%. Let's see if we can find the picture where this bracket is. Where is it? Where are you, you little monkey? Cassette chassis. Spring. Jet. PWB. Speakers. Dial cord. Radio section adjustment alert. It does look the same. It does look the same. Although we've got one of these missing. Okay, this has got shortwave 1 and 2 on it. This has only got one shortwave band on it. So I think this one's there, but that one's missing. We want the exploded diagrams, really. I mean, usually these manufacturers' manuals are pretty good. Azimuth, we can adjust azimuth as well, but I'm not confident adjusting azimuth. So if anybody on here is a bit of an expert that knows the best way to adjust azimuth, you know, I've got the scope and I've got leads that I can hook it up to the scope with. Let's keep going. Lubrication. Apply 1 or 2 drops of pan motor oil or sonic slider oil to rotating parts. Coat sliding parts with moly coat. Oh, has it got different ones? Yeah, notice that one's got a dotted out one there. Well, I haven't got that trimmer in mine. So we're in French now. Circuit diagram, great stuff. That's a cracking diagram as well. So thanks for sending this over, Colin. And come on, give us some exploded diagrams. You know you want to. I need to find me a little bit. It might be out of something totally different, and it's not even out of this set. It might well be out of something totally different. It might be out of that other CD player thing I got. In fact, I think it might actually be. Now I'm thinking of it. I reckon that's not even out of this, but we'll see. Again, I've cleaned all these switches as well. Exploded view, here we go then. Ah, there it is. 26. There it is, number 26. So it looks like I've run my chair over it. Is that it? It doesn't look right, really. I suppose it is. So it looks like it goes something to do with the aerial. Okay. Something to do with the aerial. Does look like I've run it over with a bus. So it's something to do with the aerial. Possibly. So it might go on this bit. So it must go. Let's have a look, see which way round we are. Aerial. Yeah, I reckon it goes on there. No, it doesn't. Got to try and work out what how the aerial connects to the radio, the FM aerial that is. So that's the FM aerial there. I've taken the screw out of it. So it could sit in that way, it could sit in that way. That looks more like it. Still a bit of a mystery. I wonder if our diagram, what are you looking at now? You're looking at the radio. If our diagram gives any more info on that. No, it doesn't. What part number is it? Part number is 26. Let's see what it says about part number 26. .26 is the antenna terminal. I'm just wondering whether it's supposed to sort of touch on these. I'm a bit annoyed at myself for not taking a picture of it. It's obviously the connection to the FM antenna onto the board. It's quite badly bent, so I'm not sure what happened there. I might have stood on it. Maybe it goes like that. Well, it looks like it'll only go one way. Looks like it will only go one way. So there's the FM antenna. Just going to put it in this. It'll only go that way. Doesn't even fit in there. If that goes in there, how is it picking up the signal? Take photos, people, when you take this stuff apart. Learn from my mistakes. So I need to find out on the PCB where the FM antenna is connected. Now let's have a look. I don't know if we've got PCB layout, have we, on here anywhere? Yeah, see, this is definitely the part. I mean, looking at it, it goes up. What's that? No. And that's for that screw there, isn't it? It does look like it attaches to this. It looks like it goes that way. So it looks like it sits that way up in there. Okay, I've got it. He's only got it. I still don't understand how it picks up its... Oh, yes, I do. Okay, right. I've got it. I've got it. So let's just get you in. So there it is. It slides in there, and then this hole here on this plastic peg sits against these two contacts on the board here. Bit of a rough and ready FM connection, but whew, panic over, relax, relax. Let's see if I can screw that in. So that's screwed in now. Just got to bend it slightly to get that lined up. Brilliant. Okay, that's where that part goes. Now I've got 5 screws left, and I've got 3 holes. So those 3 are those. So I've got 2 screws left over here. Any ideas, anyone? I hate having screws left over. It's not going to happen. They've got to go in. Now, let me have a think. Where's this going to go? So that's... Ah, I see it. Yes. Yeah. There's 2 more screws inside here. One here and one the other side. Yeah, okay. I'm with it. I'm back with the program. So that's fine. Now I've got my bearings. We don't need to put them in yet because I want to test the mech with it actually apart, if you know what I mean. If you know what I mean. Where are we? That's a monster, isn't it? Oh. Oof. Handle, yeah. Spares. Yeah, I worked it out in the end. Took a bit of head scratching, didn't it? My own fault for not taking pictures. Right, I'm going to nip to the loo a minute, because that's what I do on live TV. Skip to the loo. Looks like it's on the melt now, so hopefully it'll all be clear for Mrs. Cruncher for work tomorrow. Time to fire her up. Fire in the hole. Will it work or won't it? Have the belts done the job? Are we back in business? So I can put a tape in. Let me have a look, see what we've got here. What have we got that we can put in here that's not going to get us a copyright hit? Because I got one for yesterday's video as well, which I've hopefully removed. We could put Christchurch and Bewley in there, couldn't we? We could put our Shell sound guides. Oh, he says, throwing it everywhere. That is an interesting tape, that. Basically, it's a driver's guide. You put this in your car and then you drive around following the directions. Very nifty. Let's just catch up to the chat, because I am a bit behind. You need a test tape. I've got an azimuth tape, Timothy. What's that, John? Yeah. Just catch up with the chat a minute, people. Faggots, we eat them in this country, we don't think you fancy them. I do like faggots. Is a thread between the two connections, goes on somewhere. Oh, sorry, I have got it. Your Jamaican friend pronounces bacon as beer can. So it's Hegs and beer can. Thread has gone. I know it's gone to pot. It turned me back for 5 minutes, and it all goes pear-shaped, doesn't it? No worries. Bit harder than the Advent calendar is, yeah. I think we're nearly there. Better than an episode of the Krypton Factor. It is like Krypton Factor now. I remember that, Sean. Used to watch that. Why did we watch that? Anthony wishes I say was working. You're going to shouting at me, Anthony. Have I been ignoring comments again? Thanks, Robert. Afternoon, Keith. How are you? Coral City in Texas. Spare screws. So Rich is the text for speech man, Mr. Secret Engineer, but I can't remember where we were. He sent me a load of stuff, but I couldn't get my head around it, to be honest. Lee and Les are back to the same L's again now, just to confuse me. Changed an engine on a Mark II Escort many years ago, and we had lots of boats left over then too. Never found out where they went. It's bizarre, isn't it? But I've sorted this one. I know where it is. Thomas, how are you, mate? Thomas Kitts. GPS on tape, yeah. Old school GPS. Let's get her plugged in then. Now this is 240 volts, 50 hertz. There's no facility to switch it to 120 volts unless it's inside. I don't think it is. So let's pop the power plug in. Let me get the top panel up again. So let's try it on radio first. So we go, that switches FM, CD, radio, volume. Let's get the volume down, graphic in the middle. We'll leave the 3D off now. So let's turn that on.
For the first time, I can think of the me in the window as a being with meaning.
So that works. Shortwave, medium wave, long wave, yeah, good. So this one needs to be in that position for tape. Let's try a deck. We'll try them one at a time. So we're on side one. Let's find out which one's play. Play's the big one.
This is a shell sound guide for motorists, and we hope you'll find that it makes your touring more interesting. This tour of Christchurch in the New Forest is some 60 miles long, and can be driven comfortably in about 4 hours, with time off for visiting interesting places like Bewley Abbey and Butler's Hard. You'll be listening to 4 voices, those of Lord Montague of Bewley, Arthur Cadman, Deputy Surveyor of the New Forest, Gordon Glover, and mine, George Barker. The first side of the tape begins with Christchurch Priory, and the second with Bewley Abbey.
Here in the car, we're looking at the south side, and it's less interesting than the north side of Christchurch Priory. And this is the longest parish church in England, 300...
Have you all got your maps out?
Architecturally, it's one of the richest. 5 centuries of church building are represented here from Norman to Tudor. And its name, literally the Church of Christ,
that's the route there, look.
Derived from a legend of the mysterious long-ago member of the building force, who took neither meals nor pay with his fellows. It was found one night that a roof timber was cut a foot too short. But in the morning, it was not only the right length, but in the right place. The workman was never seen again. And surely, said the builders, it was the carpenter of Nazareth. And so the place, once known as Twynham, became Christchurch. You can see the miraculous beam for yourself. It's on the arch at the south side of the ambulatory at the end of the Lady Chapel. Now, Twynham means in Old English, between the waters. Those actually...
It's very well spoken, isn't it? What? Martin, how are you, mate?
And give shelter from the sea to the site of Christchurch itself. Its importance in Saxon times was indeed as much military as religious, due to this protected promontory position. In point of fact, Wessex was invaded by the Danes here in the year 790.
Okay, so let's see if rewind works, which is this one, I believe. Hell, yes, it does. And it's got auto stop as well. Oh, bonus. Right, let's try it now in the second deck, because this one didn't work very well last time. Can you hear it? It's noisier. Yeah, something's not...
This is a shell sound guide for motorists, and we hope you'll find that it makes your touring more interesting. This tour of Christchurch in the New Forest is some 60 miles long, and can be driven comfortably in about 4 hours, with time off for visiting interesting places like Bewley Abbey and Butler's Hard.
Sounds all right.
You'll be listening to 4 voices, those of Lord Montague of Bewley, Arthur Cadman, Deputy Surveyor of the New Forest, Gordon Glover, and mine, George Barker. The first side of the tape begins with Christchurch Priory, and the second with Bewley Abbey.
Here in the car, we're looking at the south side, and it's less interesting than the north side of Christchurch Priory. And this is the longest parish church in England.
Doesn't sound the same, does it?
And architecturally, it's one of the richest. 5 centuries of church building are represented here from Norman to Tudor. and its name...
Let's put it back in this one.
Literally, the Church of Christ is dramatically derived from a legend of the mysterious long-ago member of the building force who took neither meals nor pay with his fellows. It was found one night that a roof timber was cut a foot too short.
That sounds right.
But in the morning, it was not only the right length, but in the right place.
The workman was never seen again.
That's definitely slower.
And surely, said the builders, it was the carpenter of Nazareth. And so the place, once known as Twynham, became Christchurch. You can see the
That deck is definitely running slower. The problem I've got...
Beam for yourself is on the arch at the south side of the ambulatory at the end of the Lady Chapel. Now, Twynham means in Old English, between the waters. Those actually are the rivers Stour and Avon.
Yeah, this has got something not quite right with this. I'm just using the same motor, but something here is dragging. So fast forward seems to work okay. The rewind is really noisy. Can you hear that? And it's not locking down. So that just comes in and meshes with the... Yeah, something not right here. Let's compare it to this one. Well, that does the same, so maybe it's because it's not got a tape in it then, perhaps. Let's try that again. Yeah, it's just because it hasn't got a tape in it. Something on this deck is either not in correctly or...
This is a shell sound guide for motorists.
Yeah, that doesn't sound right. If I speed that up...
you'll find that it makes your touring more interesting. This tour of Christchurch in the New Forest is some 60 miles long and can be driven comfortably in about 4 hours, with time
that
off
sounds
for visiting
right.
interesting places like Bewley Abbey and Buckler's Hard. You'll be listening to 4 voices. Those...
So if we now put it back in this one, because that tape speed does both decks, that's the problem.
Montague of Bewley, Arthur Cadman, Deputy Surveyor of the New Forest, Gordon
That's too
Glover,
fast now.
and mine, George Parker. The first side of the tape begins with Christchurch Priory and the second with Bewley Abbey.
Here in the car, we're looking at the south side, and it's less interesting than the north side of Christchurch Priory. And this is the longest parish church in England, 311 feet. And architecturally, it's one of the richest.
Centuries of church building are represented here from Norman to Tudor, and its name, literally the Church of Christ, is dramatically derived from a legend of the mysterious long-ago member of the building force who took neither meals nor pay with his fellows.
And one night that a roof timber was cut a foot too short, but in the morning it was...
We need to get the speed tape out, I think. You might have had a few beers. Yeah, definitely one slower. You're not collecting a signal generator today. It was dead on arrival. It's a shame. Just get into that tape. Sure, wait, I'll have to give you a copy, mate. Okay. Yeah, the mechanism had more resistance when I had it apart, but I'm not really sure. I mean, these things don't seem to come off. It's all like snap-on pieces. Something somewhere. Is a bit tight. So they move nice and freely. Because if you notice it, sometimes it makes that funny noise. Clutch seems to be working okay. Capstan's okay. So something jumped out somewhere. I don't know. So can you hear that? It sounds like it's rewinded, but that's in play. So something is sort of grinding here somewhere. Let me get my eyes on a minute. Let's see if I can find out where that is. Why's my light gone off up there? Hang on. It's looking a bit dark in here. That's me touching that. Just trying to see what is noisy. It's this one here. So something to do with this thing with a springy bit on it. Didn't realise that you weren't in on the macula. But if you look at this white gear here, hear that? It's not doing it now. And that's putting some sort of load onto this gear. I wonder if that gear's not liking that spring. Just not quite lined up, maybe. So it needs to be pushed under a bit better.
The right length, but in the right place. The workman was never seen again, and surely, said the builders,
yeah, so that spring just keeps pressure on this somehow. that sounds better now. I've had a fiddle about with it, but still not 100% right, I don't think. Something's rubbing on the capstan. I don't think so, but... Got you, Luigi. You're very good, Luigi. So you're thinking because of the high-speed copying, that motor may have a speed adjust and one on the board. Let's have a look at that manual then, see if it says anything on that. This might be the thing. It certainly doesn't seem to have been used at all, Sean, like you say. Let's have a look and see if we can find that. It's manual again. Okay, screen cap, go. So there must be instructions on here somewhere about trimming the cassette mech. That's foreign. That's the radio section, cassette, here we go, tape recorder section, FM section, tape recorder. So tape speed, frequency counter, headphone jack, tape speed adjustment 3 kHz, and adjust RT501. Which is, that's RT701 there, but then this is a slightly different deck. Yeah, slightly different deck. I don't think there's any other ones on there. There's normally any speed adjustments you'd be able to do from the top. Okay. Just within 30 seconds after heat running for more than 20 minutes. Should be confirmed at tape 1 both in the forward and reverse directions. When the maximum values of both channels are different, adjust the maximum value of the L channel. Oh, this is the left and the right channel, isn't it? So there's no reverse on this tape. It only refers to the one should be confirmed at tape 1 both the forward and reverse directions. Well, it hasn't got reverse. High speed adjustment is not necessary. Three kilohertz plus or minus 30 hertz. Playback tape 2. So you've got to set it in tape 2, which is the left-hand one. Right, let me find my a minute. So is this sort of saying that we need to try and balance them so they're both the same, even though they might not be right? I'm not really sure how that works, really. Yeah, that's all about the azimuth. Note 4, isn't it? Yeah, that's about azimuth. So we have only got this one adjustment point. Let's get the frequency counter out, and then we'll get the Wow and Flutter on him. And find the frequency counter. What have I done with that? There it is. Yeah, back on that now. Let's zoom out. Frequency counter. We need our test lead, which I think is this one, if I can get it up off of the mic. So I made up this test lead for Walkmans, but it's perfect for this. This has got to go into the headphone socket, which is here. I think this has got a 32 ohm resistor in circuit with it. So I need an adapter, phono to BNC. Let's get you down on the frequency counter, if I can get it so the light's not wiping it out. There we are. Right, let me find my test tape, because I bought a new test tape because my old ones were really weak. This new one is the business, but where have I put it? This is the question. Is it here or is it downstairs? Got too many cassettes, Graham, haven't you? Okay, I must have taken it downstairs, and I don't recollect taking it down, but I must have done. Let me go downstairs and get it. I might grab the bottle of wine while I'm at it, you know. But I haven't got any beers in for today. Just my Christmas one. No sign of Amazon yet, Mrs. C? No. We've had every. He did say they're quite a way behind, didn't he? I don't know if you heard that or not. Right, we need to find... Hello, Matty. Cool, that... We've got a pork roast in the oven. That smells lovely. See if we can find this tape. What have I done with it? Gotta be here. It's hands out. Here we go. I've got it. He's only got it. Got it. I've got it, Mrs. C. Maddie, I've got it. Look. Yeah. Mrs. Cruncher's giving me some hand signals that are not nice. That's just not nice. You got port here? You got port to drink, Car? She's not responding at all now. She is not responding. I'm gonna have a drop of wine. You know, it's my birthday in November, so I deserve it, look. Right, I've got my test tape. Now we can try Rich's Wow and Flutter meter out. Well, my Wow and Flutter meter that Rich very kindly gave me. Okay. Let's get myself sorted. So this is the test tape, and I got this off of a seller on eBay. It's got various tones on it, look. So it's got speed. It's just a speed calibration tape, really. There's no azimuth levels or nothing like that on it. So apparently it's recorded on a Nakamichi ZX7 with Dolby off. So our first tone is 3 kilohertz. Yeah, 3 kilohertz. So it says to do it in deck 2. And where are we? Side A. Let's rewind that. Okay. Pop this on. So let me get you down onto the frequency display, which you can see there. We should be able to wind the volume up, so let's press play. So you won't hear this because so some speech comes on to start with that says it's 3000, blah blah blah. Did I have to have the filter on this? Okay, so it's about 2.8 kilohertz at the moment. It should be 3. So what have I done with my screwdriver? Let's just adjust that so as it's 3. Well, even maximum, it's only reaching 2.9. That's on flat out. Okay. Let's try deck number 1. That's 3.4 kilohertz, look. So I can adjust that one pretty much to spot on, look. Get the screwdriver out, that is. So I can adjust that deck, no problem, but that other one I can't. So let's hear what that sounds like with the tape. So that is absolutely spot on, that deck now.
Was the carpenter of Nazareth. And so the place once known as Twynham became Christchurch. You can see the miraculous beam for yourself. It's on the arch at the south side of the ambulatory at the end of the Lady Chapel. Now, Twynham means in Old English, between the waters. Those actually are the rivers Stour and Avon. And
so there's no problem with that deck, it's the other one. Okay. So we're going to have to take it out again, aren't we? It's got to come out again. And I'm going to somehow have to get the mecha part on deck number 2. Yes. What a pain in the back body. Let's catch up with my chat a minute. Hi Ben, how are you, mate? Didn't see you drop in there. And Sandra as well. Ben and Sam? Something rubbing on the caps, and it could be underneath, but no, we definitely haven't fixed the speed problem, Harvey. I've got one deck working perfectly, the other one is too slow. Could you get a shock off that? No, the power supply's in underneath, Sean. This is just the amplifier board and the radio tuner board up on the top here. Freezing fog, that's nasty. Hand signals, yeah. 30 degrees frequency error, Thomas? You wonder if the pinch roller on the left deck is not rotating freely and loading the capstan down, or the pinch roller is being pressed in too far. Strip the deck down. No, no. Oh dear. Yeah, it's easy enough to get out, to be fair, but for some reason that one there is not behaving very well. Pinch roller's running freely. You think maybe it could be putting too much pressure on the pinch roller? Is that what you're saying? They seem about the same. I have got a torque tape. I don't know where that's going to get me though. Would a torque tape tell me if one of the decks is dodgy? It's not something I've used in a deck yet. I have got a torque tape though. Head azimuth. Playback torque. So if we look at the service manual, we have got reference to cassette chassis inspection, playback torque, fast forward rewind torque, supply back tension. What does that mean? Tape drive force. So tape drive force, tape 1 has got 50 grams of drive force and tape 2 should have 100 grams of drive force. So they are slightly different, aren't they? Hmm. Hmm. Yeah. I'm no further on. Back tension is tension on the feeding reel. Get Mendick Mark on the case. Yeah. Yeah, he does a cracking job on these decks, doesn't he? Where have you been, Rob? You out doing some gardening or something? You've been eating your tea? You've had your dinner, you're on your tea now. He's just not paying attention. Right. Let's unplug this then. Or shall I get a torque tape and try it first? Is there a back tension brake on the decks? I don't know. Radio's fine, the tape decks are different speeds, Rob. Radio works a treat.
Particularly when the way people will talk about love is like, you can have nothing, but if you have love, then obviously your life is worth living. Like,
so the radio sounds great.
What are you saying to me?
Amy Key is a writer with a refreshingly honest and philosophical take on love and lack of love.
want to write around this idea of what would it look like if we did not place romantic love as the organising principle of our life. Could life be good anyway?
Doug, how you doing, mate?
Coming out in the spring, called Arrangements in Blue, Notes on Love and
Are there any
love.
brakes on the left deck
It's
that are
about
not
the
coming
gulf
off
between what we
with
grow up
playback?
thinking love is going to be like, and the
It must be in underneath. It's got to be in underneath. I think we have to take it out, because even if the torque tape tells us that there's a difference, well, there is a difference anyway, according to the manufacturer, there's a difference. So let's take it apart again. Yeah, I love taking it apart. Oh, mustn't put that on anything magnetic, otherwise I won't have a tape left. So let's pull these connectors again. I am unplugged. Not going to make any difference because I'm standing nowhere near the mains section. Get these screws out. It is a very easy mech to work on, I must admit. You know. Definitely there's something holding this deck back. It might be greased, but I don't think it is, because this deck looks fairly well greased. The other thing is, before I took it apart, I didn't notice a difference between the two decks. So it may well be something that I have done. Maybe I've knocked something out of sync. So let's get this beast off my bench then. Get the beast off the bench. Yeah, Penguin, look after that one, mate. Go easy on it though. Don't you bite it. Okay, deck time. Deck the deck with decks of decking. So let's get the overhead cam going. So it's this deck here that's the problem. I can't see anything on the top. It does seem to be in this area that this weird noise is emanating from. That's a fancy word, isn't it? Emanating. That could be my word of the day. Verdigris my favourite word, but... Right, is there anything in there that looks like it's broken or not seated in properly compared to this side? And that looks the same. Slider there looks the same, so... So that's got to be the, yeah, that's the clutch in underneath these, I think, because I can see a white bit of material in there. It doesn't look like that's removable. It doesn't look like that's removable, but this deck here is definitely harder to turn. It does feel a bit crunchy. See, that doesn't look right there because that's touching the belt. I've got it. I think I've got it. Right, well, what I'm looking at is this belt here. So if you see this belt goes very close and it actually touches this this bit here, whereas this one is quite a ways away. Well, if I look down through that hole there, I've actually got the belt caught around the wrong piece. I've got the belt caught in there. I knew it's something that I'd done. It's, I don't know if that'll make a difference, but it's bound to make some sort of difference. Where's all my tools gone? Where's all my... That belt is caught around a spindle there. Hey! Now we're talking. Yes, I think he's cracked it. So hopefully we won't damage that belt. That was the fast forward rewind belt. So yeah, no, he looks fine. I've done it. He's got it. I think that's it. No worries, Joe. Blame the cat. It could well have been slowing down the capstan, couldn't it? Right, are we in business? I'm getting excited now. I think I'm feeling Zorba. I'm feeling Zorba, but I can't. All my effort will go wasted. if I get copyright hits, that's it. Game over. Let's get her back in. Just a process of elimination, isn't it? Very blimmin' fiddly at that. Right, I think we could be in business. I hope. Good to fault find these things, though, isn't it? Nana Mascori. I've got some Nana. I have got some Nana. She loves getting me some copyright hits, so Nana does. And I think Zorba the Greek gives my video a worldwide ban. For some reason, I don't know why. Whether Zorba was a bad toad and did bad things, I don't know. But, you know. Cable management there. Let's route that down there out of the way. Back in the room. Right, let's hope that we're done. We are sorted. there. It goes over there. Goes there. Down there like that, I believe. No, we don't want on that back there. Right. What do you think? Have we done it? Cheers, Rob. Let's plug him back in. Now, have I forgotten anything?
Tell me you died almost.
Right. Let's try Mr. Bewley first, and we'll tune it by ear, and then we'll stick the speed tape on it. So let's try this deck first.
This is a show sound guide for motorists, and we hope you'll find that it makes your touring more interesting.
So you heard that. Let's stick it in the other one.
This tour of Christchurch in the New Forest is some 60 miles long and can be driven comfortably in about 4 hours. With time off...
That's better. Right, let's stick the speed tape back in then and readjust the speed setting, and I think we are in business. So if anybody wants to hear what the speed tape sounds like, I won't plug it in straight away then. What have I done with my frequency counter down there? It should hopefully now trim up quite nicely, Sean. That's the theory. So if I push play on this, I'll get ready to plug this in, because you won't like the sound it makes.
Speed calibration tones. (3,000 Hertz).
That's better. Right. We've got the filter in. Let's put the filter in. It gives us a steadier reading. That's pretty good, isn't it? That's actually not bad. We'll check it more accurately with Rich's. Well, I keep saying Rich's. Rich keeps telling me off and says it's mine. So let's try it in the other deck as well, and it should be around the same. Very slightly different look, but that's neither here nor there. It does say it's got quite a tolerance on it. Let's just ease that one back a bit. So 3.03. See what that's like in that one. 2.97. So let's adjust this one to the exact figure. Oh, filter. 333, what have I done now? I've got microseconds on it, that's why. So on average it's slightly low, so that's pretty good. That is pretty good. What freaked you out? The dog went nuts, did he? That's pretty good. So it seems like this is the important, because this is the recording deck, I think. This is just a playback deck. Yeah. It's 3 kilohertz thereabouts on both decks. I'm happy with that. Very happy with that, actually, especially after thinking there was something wrong with the mechanism, and it was just me. Got the belt caught. Lovely. Right, let's try Mr. Bewley back in, shall we? Let's try him in deck. Then I'll go and get the speed tape, the Wow and Flutter meter in a minute. We'll have a look.
This is a shell sound guide for motorists, and we hope you'll find that it makes your touring more interesting. This tour of Christchurch in the New Forest is some 60 miles long and can be driven comfortably in about 4 hours, with time off for visiting interesting places like Bewley Abbey and Butler's Heart.
I just love it. It's great, isn't it?
Listen to 4 voices, those of Lord Montague of Bewley, Arthur Cadman, Deputy Surveyor of the New Forest, Gordon Glover, and mine, George Barker.
George Barker.
The first side of the tape begins with Christchurch Priory and the second with Bewley Abbey.
Here in the car, we're looking at the south side, and it's less interesting than the north side of Christchurch.
It's great, isn't it?
And this is the longest parish church in England.
Hands up who wants a copy of this tape.
5 centuries of church building are represented here from Norman to Tudor. And its name, literally the Church of Christ,
sounds bang on now, doesn't it? I've got to go down and take my tablet because I've forgotten it still. Still forgotten it. I'll take my tablet. I've got to take my tablet. Still no Amazon delivery. It was once supposed to be here till tomorrow, but I had a notification saying it would be here today, so... There's secret things that Mrs. Cruncher can't see. What's that? No, let's make sure I've got the right tablet down my neck, otherwise I'll be gibbering, foaming at the mouth. Yeah, our glorious past. Okay, just grabbing some tapes. Keep your hands off your tapes. I did Mrs. Cruncher a couple of really nice mixtapes. I recorded them from Amazon Music onto cassette using my hi-fi up here. Okay.
We went north to Durham. Now, Durham Cathedral and Christchurch Priory were both designed and started under Flambard, and they had in common the most sensitive and delicate Norman decoration in all England. Both churches unmistakably bear the hallmark of their patron. Now, when you go inside, you'll see the rounded Norman arches studded with intricate patterning, and you'll notice how light and airy it all looks. None of your dark, fiddling Norman here. The first 2 stories, arcade at ground level and triforium on the first floor,
tweed jackets,
were completed by 1150, and the clear story above was added in 1230. You'll notice that this has got pointed arches, and that's a sure sign.
How far away is this tour?
For nearly 4 centuries, that's from 1150 until Henry dissolved.
What's that, Matambale? Perhaps a video?
The black cannons ruled here at Christchurch.
So the tour is down in the New Forest, which is sort of Southampton way, isn't it? And if we look at the map, I did show this before, I think. But, I don't know how well you'll be able to see the map. No, I'll need to put it on the overhead camera. Let's rewind that. I do like the fact it's got auto stop on it. I do like a good auto stop because a lot of them don't do auto stop on fast forward and rewind. Now I've got the Wow and Flutter meter that Rich has given me, so we're going to stick it on that next if I can hook it up. I'm sure I can just using that headphone socket to go out. I was going to get this map underneath the overhead camera for you so you can have a look at the route that they're on about. I think this is a cracking tape. Now I found this in amongst a big stash of tapes that I bought from someone on Facebook Marketplace. So they were fairly local. So this is the other guides that are available by the looks of it. So we've got Stratford-on-Avon, Christchurch, Beaulieu and the New Forest, which we've got. A Day on Dartmoor, I'd like that one, because we're obviously not that far from Dartmoor here. The Wye Valley and surrounding countryside and the Lake District. As I say, this is a shell sound guide. So I wonder if there is any on eBay. But if you open it up, inside there is a map. It gives you the complete route. I don't know if we can get that in the shot or not. Can we go out a little bit, or am I zoomed in? Okay. Why is that dark on one side? That's probably the boom box is shadowing it. Okay. There's not really a start point. There's different. Again, what you want is the Shell Roadmap #1. That's what you want. This one here, Shell Roadmap #1. If you get that, then this follows that map. Clever, isn't it? So to Southampton, that's the A35, the A31. This way to I know I said Ringwood then, Ringwood. And down the bottom here we're off to Christchurch and Bournemouth. Lymington. I don't know if any of these mean anything. Milford-on-Sea. And then we've got Beaulieu over here. And the Montague Museum, which used to be the Motor Museum, didn't it? So yeah, there you go. And we did date this, didn't we? It was 1970 something, wasn't it? I think it was on the actual tape. Yeah, 1971, look. Circa 1971. A Capri Mark II, yes. It's a Capri on the front, well spotted. That's actually a Mark I. That's a Mark I Capri. That is a Mark I Capri, look, because you've got the bulge in the bonnet and you've got the square lights. That's a Mark I. Mark II's weren't, I mean, my Capri was 1970. So yeah, it would have been Mark I then, 1971. Mark II's weren't out, I don't think. So yeah, that's a Mark I. Brilliant, isn't it? Excellent. Yeah, no, big shout out for Rich there. Very kind to send that on to me. Very, very kind of Rich to send it on. He has given it the once over as well. He did say that there's a couple caps need doing in it, and then I'd have to recalibrate it. But you know, that's scary, scary territory. So I've really got to read up on that before I start doing caps. And Rich very kindly gave me a DVD as well with a load of tones, etc. on it. So in order for me to calibrate it, I've got some tones on there, so I'm connected up to my computer. So very good, very kind of you, Rich. So how the hell are we going to get this on the bench with this thing then? How are we going to work that out, Graham? Any ideas, anybody? I'm going to have to sort of put it hanging off the bench like that. Christmas trees in the way. Is in the way. We can do. I think we can do it. Oh, hello! Something's just dropped off the end. The bail arm doesn't seem to lock. I don't know if it does or doesn't. That should be okay. Let's zoom you out, see if that's in shot then. Yeah, so we want that in shot really. Flutter and Wow. So we need, so this has got two frequencies, it's 3 kilohertz or 3.15. I've got both on the tape, but I think we'll keep it at 3 kilohertz because that's what it says that this one should be set up for. And we'll do it in deck number 2 because that's what it asks us to do. I need my lead in the back, and that looks like it goes in the back. Rich has very kindly given me an adapter there. It's a phono, so I've got the, well, I can do that. So I've actually got BNC on there. Oh, I had that anyway, look. Right. 240 volts. Capri versus Cortina. Now, it's got to be Capri. I did like the Cortinas, though. Did they do a V6 Cortina? I had a 3-litre E Mark 1. That was a beauty. I loved that. Let's plug this in. Fire in the hole. Oh, hang on, let's plug it into the back of the thing first. Rich even gave me a lead look as well, so brilliant. This is its first outing as well, for me anyway. Should be okay there. I've got to do something to set the zero, haven't I? I've got to do something to set the zero. I can't remember what it was off the top of my head. Colin, how you doing, mate? There's an 8-track shell sound for Dartmoor. Well, 8-track, really, is there? That's brilliant. That's brilliant. GT Jeff, you had a 1976 Cortina 1300L. My very first ever car was a Mark 1 Ford Capri 1600 GT XLR, complete with the map light. Australia had a 4-cylinder 2.3. Paddy, your son has got a Mark 1 Capri and still drives it. Whoa, brilliant. You've got to send me some pictures of that, Paddy. I've got to have a look at that. So Daniel's saying his uncle's still got his Mark 3 2-litre GL. Is that a Capri or Cortina? I had a Mark IV Cortina. I used to like the Cortina GT, the Mark III GT I used to like. So Thomas saying you were required to have a Wow and Flutter meter for factory service, but rarely used it. It was a shelf queen. I've got a lot of tape decks, this is the thing. And I've got more to do as well. In fact, I think that one of those things that's arrived today is a tape deck. So, let's have a look. Power. So my setting 0 here. I've got to do a combination of, is it that one? Push and hold that one to set 0. Oh, I see. I've got to hold that one to set 0 on this meter. Let's fire her up then. So, whoa. Wait till we get to the tone. So, watch your ears, people. Look at the drift on that. That can't be right, can it? Whoa, Wow and Flutter's pretty high. So we're on the 1%. So it's about, it's around 0.3, which is where it's supposed to be. But what's with this drift? Have I got that right? That's pegged, isn't it? Okay, let's just power that off a minute. Stop that. What have we got here? Meter, normal, slow, internal, external, filter, on or off, kilohertz, 3.15. Ah, 3. Okay, I didn't have it in the 3 kilohertz. Let's just try that again then. It's drifting the other way now. That's better. Okay. So we've got a bit of drift on it. It's not exactly on 0. But that's speed, isn't it? And the Wow and Flutter, I'm on the 1%, so it's 0 to 1%. And in the manual it says 0.3. So to be fair, it ain't far off of that. It isn't far off of that. And percentage drift is, we're on the 1%, so the percentage drift is 0.2, which is neither here nor there. Push the kilohertz button. I just done that, Bjorn. Thanks, mate. So let's try that in the other deck. Okay, so we do know that the speed is different on this one, don't we? So we're on the 3% now. So it's 2% fast, this particular deck. And the Wow and Flutter is around the same. Look, it's jumping around a little bit. So yeah, there's certainly a bit of drift on deck number 1, but it's minimal to the ear, and testing it with a frequency counter. You can't trust the homemade tapes. I was just going to say that, Rich. I've got a proper Philips tape here. So let's stop that, rewind it a bit. Let's rewind it fully. I have got a proper Philips tape, but it's not brilliant, shall we say. So this is an actual Philips Universal Test Chromium, and the very first test on it is 3150, so we need to pop that out, stick it in, rewind. I'm chuffed this deck is working now though. I need to get this little bit of wine. I've got a dribble of wine left in this bottle. Re-zero with the 3 kilohertz setting. So I'm on the 3.15 kilohertz setting now. I'm going to go with the Philips tape. Let's try that one. Ignore this because there's speech on it to start with. In fact, I can
3,150 hertz.
Whoa, look at that then. Just turn it up a bit. Whoa. %, drift, 0.3% drift. Look at that. That is brilliant. And this should be 0.3, and it is, look. It's sort of jumping about. I suspect the pinch roll is not quite even. But that is perfect there. Let's try the other deck. See what that one says. We know this one's a little bit different, but this is the well, either it's just finished playing that bit. Let me just rewind that. So yeah, you can see our drift now. If I put it on 1%, it's very little drift. And our Wow and Flutter is about the same. As I say, that tape isn't brilliant, but it's probably more accurate, like Rich says, than a homemade tape. There is a guy in Germany that does a set of these. Apparently they are really, really good, but you're looking at over 50 quid plus postage for them. So, what a great bit of kit though. What a great bit of kit. So it's just finished now. So then it does a 50 hertz tone then. Yeah, love that, Rich. Thank you very much. I'm going to have to get everything I got plugged into that thing now. I can't plug this one up here in, unfortunately, because I haven't got long enough leads. But I could certainly get a Walkman plugged into it. Cheers, Chris. I did re-zero it, Rich, didn't I? Cheers, Chris. If you want it, mate, it's here. I'll have to have a chat with you about the costs and shipping, etc. on it. It's a wonderful bit of kit, but God, it's huge. I really hate it to be damaged. So it's going to have to be packed to high heaven, that is. I'll tell you what I'll do. I want to carry on having a play with this, really, because I'm liking this. I'm going to have to get a Walkman I'm going to have to get one of my Walkmans up and have a listen. See what it performs like. So yeah, that's an original Philips test tape. I've got a couple more, but so we can either have a play with some other cassette decks on this, or we can have a listen to some of the tapes that I got from the auction. Synthesizer hits. Our Finest Hour. Now this is a really good tape. I mean, it's a bit British prejudiced. This is Our Finest Hour, and it's basically, it's all speeches, and we got Hitler to start with. Look, Chamberlain, Air Raid Siren, Wish Me Luck, Washing on the Seafleet Line, Lord Haw Haw, We'll Meet Again, Churchill, Don't Be Beastly to the Germans. So it's and Princess Elizabeth is doing a speech on there as well. Churchill, When the Lights Go On. Let's stick Churchill on, shall we? Anybody want to listen to that or not? A good deck like a Pioneer CT9191 will test out well. Box in box, definitely box in box with polystyrene. So let's have a listen to Churchill, shall we? On our newly aligned deck. Can't play all of that because it's got copyright on it. So, side one, let's rewind that a bit then. See if we can get the Queen on when she was a youngster. Sadly, we've lost the Queen, as you know.
Only one of two eyes, such blue eyes.
God knows what that is. I'm asking for trouble, aren't I? Yes, yes, yes. We heard you just now.
Say good night to you.
Oh, there we go.
No, you will. Not difficult. Australia. And relate.
Come on.
Thousands of you in this country have had to leave your homes and be separated from your fathers and mothers. My sister Margaret Rose and I feel so much for you, as we know
the Queen.
from experience what it means to be away from those we love most of all. To you, living in new surroundings, we send a message of true sympathy, and at the same time, we would like to thank the kind people who have welcomed you to their homes in the country. All of us children who are still at home think continually of our friends and relations who have gone overseas, who have travelled thousands of miles to find a wartime home.
So this is going to be back in 1939, I'd have thought, 1940.
South Africa and the United States of America. My sister and I feel we know quite a lot about these countries. Our father and mother have so often talked to us of their visits
You want a copy of this one, Christy?
So it is not difficult for us to picture the sort of life you are all leading, and to think of all the new sights you must be seeing, and the adventures you must be having. But I am sure that you too are often thinking of the old country. I know you won't forget us. It is just because we are not forgetting you that I want, on behalf of all the children at home, to send you our love and best wishes, to you and to your kind hosts as well. My sister is by my side, and we are both going to say good night to you. Come on, Margaret. Good night, children. Good night, and good luck to you all.
There you are. Bit of history. It's really chuffed when I played that back. It's really good. So let me go and get some. Let me go and get a couple of Walkmans in a minute. We'll have a look at what the Wow and Flutter, etc. is on those. You preferred the guided tour, did you? That and the tour tape. We need to try doing a recording on it in a minute as well. Because it should tape to tape, to tape to tape to tape, to tape to tape. Still no Amazon? Still no Amazon car? Right. Right, Matty. Oh, good girl. So we got, I got a few Walkmans here we can try. We can do a comparison, including the one that Derek very kindly let me have, if Derek's still there. In fact, I've got 5. Ooh. Fat Tony! Yeah, this year's Christmas speech will be interesting. So yeah, good, very good tape that. What I'll do in a minute is let me get some. So while we're messing about with these, I'll do a tape to tape. I'll do a tape to tape of the Bewley. The Bewley tape. Let me find a blank tape a minute. What have we got here? What have we got here? What have we got in this one? TDK D90 classic. Classic tape. Now, is this one that I've erased? Is this one that I've bulk erased? Let's try it. Could be Zorba. You never know what's on it. No, that one's blank. Okay, so I'm trying to think. You record on this one and play back on this one. So let's get the Bewley tape out. See how long it is first, because do we want to stick a 90-minute tape? Oh, it's quite long. I think it's quite 90 minutes, but it is quite long. So I've got to work out how to do this. It's a long time since I've used one of these. So I think you've got to push play and record at the same time, haven't you? So you've got to push play and record on that one and play on that one.
This is a show sound guide for motorists, and we hope you'll find that it makes your touring more...
So I'll put the volume down on that one. I'll leave that one at the back of the bench, and we'll get back down the front into Walkman land. Walkman and Wow and Flutter land. So the first one is this one here that I've restored. Now this is probably the best one I've got as far as head etc. is concerned. It's it really ought to have what am I trying to say here? It ought to have a power supply really. If I can pop a brand new battery in it, just to make 100% sure that we're the best we can be. Although saying that, now this does. Let me just test that battery to see what voltage we got in it. There's no point in me putting another battery in for no reason. I use this a lot. I need a headphone amplifier. I need a headphone amplifier because my brother gave me the manufacturers gave me a lovely set of headphones, but they don't go up very loud. Gonna have to take it out to test it. I've got 1.5 volts in it. Oh, I've only got 1.3 in that one. No, let me change that one then. It does step it down to 1.2 because it's designed to work on a gumstick battery. That's what have I done with me batteries? So I'm taping that tape in the background, and what we'll do is we'll play that back in a bit. Masters of the tapes could record the top 40 pausing for the DJ chat. We always used to do that, Sean, didn't we? That was standard. Just test this one. This one should be brand new. Oh. .5 volts, there we go. Let's pop this one in. So it's got a separate battery compartment. It will also take a gumstick battery at the same time. So you can actually have it for extra run time. You can put a gumstick battery in as well. I don't know where they are at the moment. Are they up there or are they in a machine? I think they're in my tape deck at the moment. Sorry, not my tape deck, my CD player. Yeah, they are. Okay, so let's eject this. Now, this has got an amorphous head in it, so I haven't changed the pinch rollers in this though. Pinch rollers are original, but I have got some more pinch rollers. So if we got bad Wow and Flutter in this, then there's a possibility of me changing the pinch rollers. So we'll try the Philips tape again then, because we've got a Philips Wow and Flutter meter. We'll pop the Philips tape in, so we know that's working now. Now, I have set up the speed and that on these already, but not to say that it's right. So let's just pop that in the headphone socket. I think it says Dolby off, and I'm going to put it in the metal chrome position because this does do chrome. If anyone wants to know what the model number on this, it's an AF605/BF605, and the only difference between the two is the switch on the side. This one's got a stereo mono. I think the other one's got a local DX switch on it. So if you push down the pause button on the recording deck and then the play and record, the push play on deck B, then we'll start simultaneously. Oh, okay, Bjorn. Interesting. So let's play this one then. So we're on 3150 still. I think we're zeroed. I need to set that zero a little bit. It's drifted a little bit. Strange, isn't it? It's sort of... not really sure. So let's push play on this. I'm getting a bit clogged down here, shall we say. So again, we've got that bit of speech at the front. Oh, steady. Absolutely no drift on it. Wow and Flutter's quite high. So that's probably because I've got... is that tape shining on it? One of these tapes is. That one maybe. Yeah, there we are. It's probably because of the pinch rollers in it. So we've got a bit of Wow and Flutter on that one. But it's about 0.4, I would say, on average. Just put the filter on. Not sure what that does. I think it's finished. Might be that it's not up high enough actually. Just rewind that again. Or is it fast forward? Not sure. Let's rewind it to the start. Try switching on the filter at normal slow. It makes the meter reading more stable but reads low. That's the reason I think the caps are leaky. I see, Rich. This one hasn't got auto stop. I mean, it's a fairly old one by today's standards, but it's a nice player. Just wait for it to get onto the tone.
Until you reach a crossroads with B3058.
So we've got a bit of drift on that, look.
Right for Milford-on-Sea. In another 2.5 miles, the road runs along with the sea and you'll find car parks on your right. Just go into one of them and park as far as you can over to the sea's edge. But please switch me off now and on again when you get there, where George Barker will be your commentator.
Your filter on seems to make it worse.
And I've been able to park far over to the sea.
Oh no, on is out, off is in, okay.
I suggest you go over on foot and take your machine with you. From this point, you should see the Isle of Wight ahead of you, the Isle of Purbeck to your right,
it's a bit 1%
and the whole
fast.
of Poole Bay in between. If you can't, I'm afraid you'll just have to take my word for it, or try coming back another day when you can.
So I think that one needs new pinch rollers.
100 years ago, there was
Let's try this one. This is the one that Derek very kindly gave me.
And the cliffs and the chines, and a few crofters' cottages scattered about between the ancient harbours of Christchurch and Poole. You can still see some of these cottages if you look hard enough, hidden away among the houses of Boscombe and Bournemouth. And just as Bournemouth is a very recent urban growth, so in geological terms, the Solent in front of you is very recent too. You can see, running right across the Isle of Wight, a ridge of hills finishing in the spectacular chalk stacks known as the Needles. If it is clear enough, you will see a line of hills far away to the right, across the open sea. These are the Isle of Wight hills in reverse. There are more...
So I've got the old tape running in the background. Right, this is this next one now, so let's push this. This is an FX 43.
This was a long ridge where the chalk came to the surface. As Gordon Glover has said at Christchurch, this was a very vulnerable piece of coast in Saxon times. In 875 AD, the Danes made a...
So we're just waiting for it to calm down a bit. So we should get onto the tone shortly. There we go. That one's pretty good, actually. That's better than the other one, Wow and Flutter, but the speed is very slightly out. Yeah, that's sort of between 0.2 and 0.3, that one, so that one's better. We've got a little bit of drift. If I put it on 1%, it is running a bit slow according to that. This has got a hole in it to adjust, so let's
And after a mile and a half, you will join A337. Follow the signs to Lymington Town Centre.
there. So I've just adjusted the drift on it there. Okay, it stopped again now. This is the problem, they're very short recordings, these.
Now you are making for Buckford Park, and you could consult for a minute. After 2 miles,
So drift's gone the other way now, look. What's going on there? It could be batteries on this one again, though.
you will notice that you have just crossed the cattle. This announces the beginning of a new forest, and the grid is particularly...
0.3%.
After about a mile, you will pass Sowley Pond on your left. And then in another mile, a fascinating farm built into an ecclesiastical ruin. This is St. Leonard's Square.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Now take all the signs to Buckford Park. You will come upon it suddenly with a key. And I think you'll find yourself compelled to pause at the first sight of Buckford Park before you turn right.
You remember the Mega Boost and those buttons? I actually had one of these, I think. A lot of people had these. These were one of the more affordable Walkmans. It's got a radio on it as well, so
Here I hope you're in the car park at Buckford Park without any afraid.
so to my ears, this one seems to be the most stable of all of the Walkmans I've got. It doesn't seem to have hardly any wow and flutter, but then my ears, you know, this is the test, isn't it? And this is a... which one is this? I'll tell you in a second. Let's stick the tape in it. Oh.
Today you will see just the wide village street with its double row of
18th century houses.
Again, this one would probably benefit from new. Which one is? So it's a WM EX501. Again, I've bought all of these second-hand on eBay, apart from that one that Derek bought me. Oh, that's me. I'm coming. That's my Amazon man. Oh, that's okay. It came in one big parcel, so there's nothing on show. That is mine, isn't it? It's here, Mrs. C. Secrets.
Oh, I thought it was going to be bigger than that.
You thought it would be bigger, did you? That's what they all say, innit? That's what they all say. I've heard it before. I've heard that before. Oh dear. Got a smile on me. Right. I will have to read the manual again on this. So to set 0, you're probably supposed to leave it on for an hour or something like that to set the 0. Right, play. Let's see what this one's like then. Let's say this one, to my ears, is the best one of all, but we'll see.
Dedicated around 70 years ago, and once a cobbler's shop and a date. You'll find it on your left, your right.
This has gone a bit dark, hasn't it?
At the foot of the street on your left, as you come back from it, you'll see a figurehead marking one of the most fascinating small maritime museums in
What's going on with that one?
superb shipmarks. Many of them are the wooden walls built here.
According to that, the speed is way out.
Naval and mercantile associations at the sea of Little Butler's Park. I'm sure you'll enjoy this delightful
I don't see that somehow, because I have adjusted this one. But say, Wow and Flutter is very good. I mean, that's on the 1% scale. 0.3. Yeah, it's sort of, it could be better. But again, new pinch rollers would sort that out. Just rewound that then.
To and from the waterfront. When you get back into your car, switch me on again for instructions about the next stage in our tour. But please switch me off now.
Okay, so it looks like we're going to get the tape on. Sounds a good recording actually, doesn't it? So let's do it again.
I hope and expect you enjoyed your visit to Butler's Park. Now I'm going to ask you to drive to Julie and the Palace.
So we still haven't got one with a great Wow and Flutter, have we? One of the noisiest ones available, that. So let's try this one. This is a Sony Walkman. Oh, WM EX570 this one is. No, not yet, Rob. Not yet.
They were here for about 350 years, and during that time they became expert in wool growing, in farming, in
Let's try this one then.
evening growing wine. And it is interesting to note that the vineyard has now been
See if our
replanted
zeros altered at all. Not really.
in this 20th century.
Let's push play.
On orders of Henry VIII, the Abbey
Oh, have I taken the batteries out of this one?
and so to my ancestor, the first Earl of Southampton.
No, got battery in it.
The whole estate and converted the great gatehouse into his private residence, and this is now Palace House where I live. Other buildings were converted into schools.
Got a dead battery or dead
A
dead Walkman.
The third Earl of Southampton is famous because of a key he was Shakespeare's patron and had the sonnet and other poems dedicated to
There's a severe lack of batteries in the house. Mrs. Cruncher's had them all. At 1.36, I mean that should work.
Mad Race, first Duke of Montague. It was his son, John Duke of Montague, who founded the little shipbuilding port of Buckley Carr, which you've already heard of. The family has always lived here.
Oh, hang on, have I got it on hold? Yes, I have. Right, let's try that again.
Since the middle of the 19th century, and my grandfather, Lord
Right, let's try this one. Take a while to settle down.
He was a very distinguished man in many ways and did a lot of and was a very good watercolour. It was his son, my father, John, Lord Montague, who dedicated the whole of his life for the...
Okay, are we on the tone yet? It's wavering all over the place, that one, isn't it? I don't know why it's seems to be struggling to light it for some reason. That's a bit better. There we are. So that's a bit drifty as well.
The whole of his life was dedicated to seeing that the motor car was accepted by the general public. Therefore, it is in his memory that in 1952...
Bit more Wow and Flutter on that one, look. And we have got a bit of a speed discrepancy on it.
In the museum you will find about 100 cars, 100 motorcycles, cycles, engines, every sort of thing.
It's a very nice player, that though. Soft touch controls on it.
The snowcat which travelled over the Antarctic, the hovercraft, and all sorts of other instruments.
So last but not least is probably my favourite of the Walkmans. Well, it's just such a beast, isn't it? Look at this thing. This is Sony Walkman. I don't know where I got this. I've not bought this recently. This is a WM4. You can see that. So this is an early one from about, I think it's about 82, 83. It's a beast. It's hellish loud as well. Don't need a headphone amplifier for this one, I can tell you. So it uses 4 batteries, so the amplifier in it is phenomenal. So it's got 2 headphone sockets as well, which is useful if you want to listen to something together.
Other attractions of Bewley.
That's metal in it, position.
This was at one time exhibited at the 1964 New York World's Fair and surpasses any other model in the world for novelty, variety, detail and beauty of workmanship. There's also the 1936 Pullman train to be seen in the ground.
So we're running a bit fast and we've got quite a lot of Wow and Flutter on this one. This is an old bit of kit, don't forget. New in 1983. So again, that could be pinch roller. I have serviced this deck to death. So it's had new caps in it, everything. It's pretty good on drift. It's not quite 1% fast, but easy enough to adjust on this one. If I get my screwdriver in the back, if I go on the 1%, let's just see if I can get in there.
Now we're going to set course for Linkhurst, which lies near the centre of the New Forest. You'll see it on your map, and it's signposted soon after we turn right out of this car park and go back through the village.
Oh, it's done it again, hasn't it?
We shan't be stopping in Linkhurst itself, but we're circled in a one-way road system which brings us very shortly onto the A35 road where we turn left. Left, remember, towards Bournemouth.
Here we go.
Pass one turning to the right, then look carefully for the second. The second. This is about 2 miles from where we joined the A35. and it's a very narrow minor crossroad, unsignposted, so watch for it carefully. Some 200 yards along this little road, the forest opens out somewhere, and in the glade on your right, you'll see the most famous...
That's pretty good now, look. I've got that on the 1%, 0.3%. But Wow and Flutter's pretty high on this. I mean, it's an old girl.
When you're back in the car, keep going for about a mile or so into what are called the Boulderwood Grounds. Certainly one of the most beautiful areas of the whole new place.
So I think I need to be looking for another pinch welder for that one.
When you're settled, switch on again for Gordon Gather, who will introduce Mr. Arthur Cadman, Deputy Surveyor of the New Forest.
So there you are, that's my Walkman collection on the Wow and Flutter meter.
Here in Boulderwood were surely, as George Barker said, is the New Forest at its most glorious. There are, by the way, 140 square miles of it in all. Thick forest is here, but many wild oaks.
How are we doing for time? 10 to 6.
You would notice many of the grazing forest ponies, and quite possibly some pigs at times.
Some pigs.
These animals, while they live wild about the forest, are not urban.
So that's a great bit of kit, Rich. I'm going to do a bit more reading up on that. Maybe look at doing the caps in it. But yeah, that is a cracking bit of kit. I'm liking that a lot.
The New Forest ponies are a small, stringy, hardy and sure-footed breed. Their foals are born to them wild in the forest, but still the hand of man is over them.
So we're still going.
Clearly they're rounded up for identification.
Do you notice my voice went posh then?
And many of them for sale at auction. You may or may not have been lucky enough in broad daylight to see some of the forest deer. If you haven't, don't be surprised, even if disappointed.
All of these Walkmans have got brand new belts, Rich. They've all got brand new belts.
In autumn comes the roaring of the racing stags of the fellow, and the high banshee-like screams of the imported Japanese.
And I'm pretty sure I've got another one of these in one of those boxes. Yes. Yeah, Wow and Flutter like that. This one here said 0.03, which it's doing, so that one's in good nick. I think anything with a low reading like that should be fine. Let's just get this one moved somewhere safe a minute. I put Mrs. Cruncher's parcel where I picked this one up from now. We're limited space here, limited space. Right. So we finish this recording, then I'm going to put this deck back together. Rather posh, very nice, isn't it? The whole movie. Parrot sketch. Oh, we're talking about Monty Python here, aren't we? I'm dipping out on the chat here. Let me get my head back in the chat. The normal slow filter, not the external filter, but you've got it. Cheers, Rich. So Daniel's just saying really poignant talk. He was hoping for peace in these uncertain times. Yeah. Silly question, but would the battery health affect the readings? Yeah, it would do, Sean. Ideally, you want to put them on a bench power supply and have it perfect. I haven't got power cables with that size jack plug on it. Alkaline Harvey. Lee, didn't they measure one? Rather posh. I like the silver one, as you can see the tape. Yeah, you can see the tape in some of these, Sean. This one's got a window on the back that you can see the tape in. That one's got a little window you can see the tape in. That one you can't, but this one you certainly can. And this one you can't. So yeah, it's only those two that you can't. All these three, you can see the tape in them. Faulty Towers, that's a cracking. I love Faulty Towers. Yeah, it's very, very good. Another must-have, Faulty Towers, yeah. Porridge being served in sickness and in health, yeah. We had some classics, didn't we?
Common rights always go with the property, and they're elected by the commoners, and they serve for 3 years.
Elected by the commoners, you know.
In a moment or two, I'm going to ask you to switch off. And you may spend a little time on your own, moving quietly into the hinterland of the great trees which surround us. When you return to the car, switch on your machine for a moment or two for George Barker to direct you to our next and last stopping place. But switch me off now.
George Barker's coming on now.
This is George Barker again.
Hi, George.
And I want you to drive on until you reach the main road at a T-junction.
No problem.
This will be the A31. Turn left there towards Ringwood and enjoy the wide open spaces. Particularly notice the views on your right that stretch out northwards towards Cranbourne Chase.
Hang on, George, I can't drive that fast.
You'll be looking right across the upper reaches of the River Avon towards the chalk again. In 3.5 miles, you'll reach a little hamlet on the road.
Some of those professional Sony Walkmans are amazing. I'd love one of those, but they're just way outside my price range. WMDC6C, I think, is the ultimate one. Do you like that, Sean, do you?
There is an open space for parking with a fine view forward. Please switch me off now, and when you are parked at the spot I described, Gordon Glover will be with you.
Gordon's coming now.
Here, where you're parked, is probably as good a place as any to take our farewell of the New Forest.
Thank you, Gordon.
We're not in quite the highest spot of the New Forest, at our 300 feet or so, but from this open eminence, looking over the rooftops of the great temples of trees to the south of us, we can feel ourselves very much in and surrounded by the forest. And there's a very great deal of it which we've not been able to see today. You could indeed spend a whole day quietly and safely, losing yourself in the enchanting infinity of its many byways. If ever there were a place just to stand and stare, then it's this. And we can do that over a very wide horizon from where we are.
It's a beauty, isn't it?
We can see, if the day is clear and with the southern part of the sun in front of us, the half-left horizoned hills of the Isle of Wight, the Victus of the Romans, and once, as George Barker said earlier, joined to the mainland. If we face almost due south, but a shade to the west, we look right over the top of Bournemouth to the range of the Purbeck Hills in Dorset, famous for the marble of their quarries, and well worth an exploration on their own some day. Now, switch me off, will you? And when you're ready to start moving again, George Barker will be with you.
George is going to finish us up, I think.
And now I'm back with you for the last time. Ahead of you is the village of Burley Street. Turn right into it, and right again out of it. Then make for Bransgore and
Cheers,
Christchurch.
Chris. Catch you soon, mate.
If you have enjoyed this tour of Christchurch and the New Forest, you may be tempted to use the commentary on the byroads of Hampshire.
Does sound good on this, though, doesn't it?
Issued under the aegis of Shell, and suggests a number of roads, slightly off the beaten track, that lead to exciting places or are themselves varied and beautiful to travel. This is an hour-long tape divided into 4 sections, corresponding to the 4 main geographical divisions of the county. Besides referring to the best byroads, the commentary includes a list of the most interesting churches, country houses and gardens, historical monuments, and villages and small towns in each area, and how to get to them.
That can't be an hour long.
It's a commentary designed to answer the oft-repeated questions, where shall we go today? And I wonder where that road leads to. And now on behalf of my fellow speakers, Lord Montague Bewley, Arthur Cadman and Gordon Glover, I wish you goodbye and pleasant and safe motoring.
Cheers, mate. Catch you again soon. There we are. So let's rewind this then and see what the recording sounds like. Because I mean, this tape's probably inferior to the one that I've recorded it on. So, and I've still got room on. So it's only, I've not even recorded one whole side of this. Then we must put the top back on it. Gavin, how are you, mate? You got a Sony Walkman WM51. Dead for millions of years. Really, Harvey? You know him? Bought a whole lot on DVD, yeah. I did used to like Married with Children. I thought that was a great series. I always used to watch that. Yeah, any of the older ones are pretty collectible, Gavin. Right, let's see what it sounds like then. It should sound identical in theory, shouldn't it?
This is a Shell sound guide for motorists, and we hope you'll find that it makes your touring more interesting.
Sounds good.
This tour of Christchurch in the New Forest is some 60 miles long and can be driven comfortably in about 4 hours.
Thank you, Sean.
With time off for visiting interesting places like Bewley Abbey and Buckler's Hard. You'll be listening to 4 voices, those of Lord Montague of Bewley, Arthur Cadman, Deputy Surveyor.
That sounds fine, no problems there. I mean, that whole tape fitted on just one side of this, and there was tape to spare, so, you know, this... I don't know what sort of length that is. He said it was an hour. It can't be, because this is a 90-minute tape, 45 minutes each side, so it's not 90 minutes. So John would like a copy of that tape as well. I have got some blank tapes, but I haven't got a massive amount of blank tapes that I can let go. But that's one. Right, let's get these Walkmans out of the way, and I'm going to stick the top back on this now and wrap it up. Oh, I've knocked all my tapes over now, look. I'm going to take these back downstairs a minute, and then I'll be back to stick this one back together finally. Hey, Penguin, he's very patient there, Penguin. He's all lit up and flashing. Smells nice down here, I'll tell you. My tea is smelling good. Mmm. Right, Mrs. C? It's, oi! She's giving me hand signals again, people. After I've done all those lovely tapes for her as well. It's quad then. Alright, just putting these away. Oh, alright. Of course, warm in here. It's baking cocoa. Right. Let's get this beauty put back together. I got a load of Queen tapes as well in that bag, little bundle bag that I paid £5 for. I don't mind a bit of Queen. I'm not a massive Queen fan. I've not really bought any of their stuff. I do like a bit of Bohemian Rhapsody and We Will Rock You and stuff. Whew. Right. Let's switch that off. Let's bring it round. Let's get this beauty put back together. I'm sort of almost not wanting to get rid of this. Mrs. Cruncher, well, she'll soon tell me that it's got to go. She said, "You're not, you can't hold on to everything." I know. Right, so let me see. This front piece locks in. It says this one here doesn't seem to want to go in. There we are. I think hang on, we got a button that's just gone that little bit too far. Should put that back here first. Ah, come on, off. Let it go. It's not going to come off now, is it? I need to just get something in behind there just to flick this button over, but I don't want to push it too far. Ah, there we are. Got it. Excellent. That's why it wants... Oh, hang on, I haven't put the blimmin' handle on. I haven't put the handle on. I haven't put the handle on. And it's a beauty of a handle as well, that Hitachi. Right, now I've got to pull it up to put that on. Hopefully I can just lever it. I don't need to take it right back off again. Do I need to take it right back off? No. So easy to service that, isn't it? I just can't believe how well put together that is. Robert, thanks mate. Thumbs up. Have you tested the high-speed dubbing function? I haven't yet, Gerard. An hour's drive, yeah. I've got the whole side A and B on half of a 90-minute tape, Harvey. So it's less than 45 minutes the whole tape. Unless it's is a 90-minute tape 90 minutes per side, or is it 90 minutes in total with both sides? There's a question. I don't know the answer to that. I think it's both sides, isn't it? And amazingly, I've got no screws left. Aerial was perfect. Not a kink in sight on that one. Absolutely perfect, that. Look at that. Brand new. There we go. One boombox done. Let's see what it sounds like with its cover on. What should we put in it? What should we be daring? Shall we be a bit daring? Let's pick up some of these tapes off the floor. So I've got this one as well that I got in the British Vintage Wireless Society thing. It's Our Glorious Past. Now, it sounds like Irish propaganda songs. I can't find it anywhere on the internet. 1990 by Zip Records. So I don't know, but it's all sort of, I think it's Northern Ireland propaganda songs. So probably that's not appropriate. Put that tape back in there. I've got synthesizer hits, which are fairly bad copies of some famous synthesizer tunes. I've got a couple random SA90 chrome tapes. Let's put that screwdriver away. Let's catch up with the thing. Does the aerial connect through the contact? Yeah, the aerial connects through the contact on the actual screw hole, Sean. So if we flick it onto radio now.
Flurry of shots with his 19 runs. They're bowling again an hour before lunch. And Pakistan's openers put on 66 in their first wicket.
And the cards, my best. Words too loud, things don't look. Children playing. It's saved as in the 70s. If you want to email, it is rg@bbc.co. Sorry.
I think you can say the radio works okay, can't we? Well, it's mental, isn't it? What a monster machine. I mean, look at the speakers in the thing. We've got 4 speakers across the front. It's monstrous. It is the beast. Let's catch up with the chat. No screws left as a result. 45 minutes per side. Yeah, that's what I thought. So it's not even taking one side. Graham, christen it with Zorba. Bit of Zorba running through the wires. You think so, Sean, do you? Does the tuning needle still line up with the capacitor position? Does the tuning needle still line up with the capacitor position? That's a good point, Harvey. I'd need to take it apart again to find that out, but it does feel quite stiff, so maybe it's not quite seated back in where it should be. But the dial scale reads right. It does read right, so 100 is classic FM. So I must be in there correctly. Yeah, no, I am in there. It's quite stiff, the tuning. So if I flick it on radio again now, on 100, that should be classic FM.
Company them as New York. They would give me $1 for each day's service and $3 an hour.
So Sean thinks I should put a bit of Zorba through it. I'm gonna have to. Oh, I'm gonna have to delete it. If I do, I'll have to mute the audio on it tomorrow. Otherwise, it'll just block me. So I've got a bit of Zorba on this tape, which I recorded on my other system. So let's what side are we on there? I'm not going to play a lot of this. Pick a station that's known. Catch you soon, Lee. Oh, where's the stop button? Where's the stop button? It plays Zorba okay. See, Sean? That's sound great. I'm not sure what this is. Thanks for subscribing, Amberlack. That's a bit hissy, isn't it? This tape ain't great, to be fair. There you go, Sean. That's your Zorba fix. It's your Zorba fix. You've got the LP. You won the LP, Timothy. We can't do it. Let's just rewind that. That tape isn't great. Cheers, Derek. Catch you soon, mate. Was it Zorba that made you go, Derek? Was it Zorba that made you go? What a cracking bit of kit that is. Fully serviced now. So yeah, interesting bit of kit that. We haven't tested the recording on it, have we? We'll have to test the recording, make sure it records through the microphone. I've got an old tape I can just tape over. I don't think I have. All the tapes I've got up here are like good ones that I've erased with a bulk eraser. We'll assume it works. We'll assume it works for now. So there you are. My lovely old boombox. I like this. Do I want to let it go? Do I need to let it go? Do I have to let it go? Can I keep it? It will work. Yeah. I think it'll work. It's recording from there, so there you are. The beast. The beast has been tamed with belts from DeckTech. Sounds great, and we've tuned it up with the test tape, and we've had a go at the Wow and Flutter meter. Flutter meter? Flutter meter? That sounded a bit Devonshire then, didn't it, boy? Wow and Flutter meter that Rich gave me. Stop it. Well, it looks like that one could be on its way to the US of A. It could be on the way to the US of A, and you're going to need to get some. You're either going to need a big battery fund, Chris, because this takes batteries. It takes a sea of batteries. It needs 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 D cells it needs. Or you're going to need to get a step-down transformer to work it on your voltage. Because this is 240 volts, 50 hertz, 20 watts. I think you're 120 at 60 hertz, aren't you, over there? What's this switch here? Okay, we've got AC battery switch on the back. And we've got riff. We've got riff. Riff. Doesn't riff do something to the cassette side of it? Oh, right. Let me take this one out of the way because we've got some advent calendars to do. But yeah, that's I enjoyed doing that. That was good. It was all good in the hood. Penguin's waiting patiently. Penguin, I'll be back in a minute. Just leave that there for a minute. And let's get out our first Advent calendar. Let's go into a good home. Yeah, I think Chris is gone, isn't he? I've got to sort Chris out a mini Herald as well. RP17, so we're going to need to do a bit of recapping on one of those. Right, come in number 11. Where are you? This is the remote control car advent calendar, kindly donated by Mr. Robert Cross. Trying to find, no, it is the 11th, isn't it? I'm not opening the wrong one. Yeah, it's just definitely the 11th. Where's 11 then? 10. Ah, there we are. Just there. More bits to screw on, look. More screwing on needed. So number 11, where are we screwing that on? That seems to be just a cover for the front steering by the looks of it. So let's get the buggy up. Right, so it goes over that steering linkage here, I think, does it? Or is it? No, it's underneath there. Car 54. I'm going to have to do a lot of taping before I let Chris have that, aren't I? Because I haven't got anything else that'll do tape to tape. I haven't got any more dual cassette decks. I gave my last one, I didn't give it, I sold it to a friend of mine. And the one previous to that, I give to my brother. So that just goes on there, just like a bumper, I suppose. Sump guard, yeah, that's it. You got it, Multi. What's this? It's I don't know. It's like the front grille almost of the car, I think. It can't be because there's other bits go over the top of this. Yeah, I don't really know what that is. It's just a bumpery type thing. A bumpery type thing. I'll tell you what. Christ, the wheels are massive on this thing. The wheels are massive. Yeah, it does look like some sort of guard. Okay, there we are. So thanks, Rob, for that. It's going to be fun chicken chasing with that one. Chicken Chaser. I have to rename it the Chicken Chaser, won't I? Chicken Chaser. Right, last but not least is the Wera Advent calendar from Mrs. Cruncher. So let's zoom out because this is a bit of a monster. It says knocking another bottle over. So number 11. Any takers? Cheers, Sean. Catch you soon, mate. Number 11, a bit of lag on the chat, so let's wait for you to catch up. Any ideas? I think I can go up in the corner. I can't see it up in that corner anyway. I'm just trying to look for it myself. Oh, I see it. I see it. Ah, Multi's in first, bottom left, with Gavin closely followed. Bottom left, number 11. Looks like another small one. And we've got another Torx bit. Another Torx. What's this one? This is a Torx 15. I needed a Torx the other week and I couldn't find one anywhere of the right size, and luckily my neighbour had a set of them. I must let him have them back actually. That's when I was trying to fix a a still battery strimmer. I get all sorts of stuff here to fix, don't I? So this goes in with my rest of my bits. And looks like I knocked the spanners on the floor somewhere. I think the spanners have gone down there. Yeah, spanners have gone down there. So that goes in with the other one. So we've got a 15 and a 20 Torx so far. There we go. Mrs. Cruncher done us proud. Simon, 45 minutes each side, 90-minute cassette. That's what I thought. But that whole cassette fitted on just one side with probably about 15 minutes to spare. Well, we've come to a sort of natural end now. Hopefully you've enjoyed that today. I've enjoyed doing it. I do like messing about with cassettes. You know me. I love a good cassette. And as I say, I've still got a pile to listen through here that I got from Wooden Basset. So I'll show you those another time, because I've got my Nakamichi to do. I've got that Sony that I bought at Wooden Basset to look at. I've got another Walkman to do, and I've got my old boombox from the 80s to do. So I've got four cassette jobs still to do. We still got, how many days have we got left now till the 24th? 13 days, is it? Yeah, if it's the 11th. Yeah, 13 days. So that's 4 of them. See if you can find the Vega adapter for the next stream. Yeah, I will. It is here somewhere. It's not very far. Let me just have a final look for you, just to show you what it looks like, if I can find it. I'm sure it was in here somewhere. Maybe not. No. Oh yes. Yeah, here we are. Here we are. I found them. I found them. I knew they weren't very far. So there it is, SIMAP. So what I've done, this basically fits in place of the existing plastic piece in the back, but it moves the DIN socket, I think, from the middle, or sorry, it moves the DIN socket basically and gives me a hole to put a cable through with a cable grommet, one of those little clip-in nylon ones. And these holes here fit exactly on the back. I have got one somewhere. But that's the bit, so I've got everything out on the bench now. But that is the part that I designed and printed. It's difficult because it's white and it wants to blow it out. That's better. There. So that was when my 3D printer was working. I did actually put one on the back of a radio here as well, just to try. Don't think it was that one though. Yeah, I had a scrap radio that I put one in just to try it. Is it that one there? Yes, it's this one here. Okay. Oh, steady. And somebody asked me for one of these radios as well, so I must get one restored. This is a bit dusty. In fact, it's very dusty. So I believe you need to fit another socket, another DIN socket. So this is what the original looks like. And just get that in shot. It's very dusty, this one. So that's what the original one looks like. And I've designed this to just go straight over the top there, look. So you need to bend these tabs up. But this is the dreaded bit that you can't get the cable to go in here. So if I get the other one up, which is one that I've actually done the conversion to partially, I've not finished it. Oh, and this one is just a scrap set, a spare set, so to speak, that I've pinched bits off of. It's been dusty because it's been out and about. And this is what it looks like with the plate fitted. So you can see what I've done. I've got a cable clamp in that one, and I've moved. No, I haven't. I've just put a different socket in there, and the original earphone socket goes up the top. But this is now firmly attached, so you can just stick a normal 3-pin plug on the end of that. The only thing I haven't quite sorted out yet is the cabling. So this is the original part here, and that's my part fitted. But I've got to wire this up to this safely. So it is mains voltage, obviously. So there you are. Oh, you missed the shortwave one last night, Gavin. Yeah, it was good fun. Good fun. Hi, Jess. What about mending the Ferguson boombox? Yeah, I've got that one in the other room to do as well. Looks all white to you. So yeah, that's just those leads are like non-existent. So I wanted to come up with a solution. And I think this one is one that I've restored. I think I've pinched bits off of these for other things. This is a problem. I rob Peter to pay Paul all the time, and I end up with lots of radios in bits. And by the way, did you see Gizzy? Christmas Gizmo? Woohoo! Freaky. No worries. Drop me an email, sign up, and we'll sort something out. You got my email, haven't you? No, not that one. That one. Pop me an email. You'd like to have a go at the wiring? Okay. Okay, you will need a DIN plug, because the one that's in there won't fit it because it's molded into the front of the case. So you need another DIN plug, which I've got. It screws in from behind. But have chat in the back will go on over the top of it. So that's about the only solution that I feel is safe to try. Right, people, well, that's it for today. Thanks again for the super chats and the PayPal tips. Most appreciated. And as I say, I've got to sort out some giveaways. I'm going to do that bush as a giveaway. I've got to get that back on the bench and do a tune-up on that. That'll probably take me a little while. Might be able to get that done in a couple hours. One day in the week. So, thanks everybody for joining me. And I shall see you again tomorrow. Monday. What time is it going to be Monday? Let me think. Mrs. Cruncher's at work. I need to eat probably about 7:38. So it's going to have to be 6 o'clock maybe, or I might go on later and eat earlier. I don't know yet, but watch out for tomorrow's video. It'll be somewhere tomorrow, early evening, I would think. So thanks everybody. Cheers, and I'll catch you again soon if I can work out how all this lot works. Bye for now.